Welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope people are coming in here now. I want to welcome everybody to tonight's show. Recently, TikTok has cut all my live videos. Pretty messed up. They just don't like when people like me come out with that strong force of energy. And I spill my energy out because my energy comes from one and only God. Just enjoy the beautiful sounds of the music that I write. Tonight, we're going to have a big discussion. This will be a 2-hour live. We're going to discuss the case and the things that they don't want me to say on TikTok. And I really haven't said much. I've only told you what I put on there. See, when I work on a case, I don't listen to the media. I don't listen to regular law enforcement. I listen to what the feds got to say, the detectives. Because in my heart, I really believe that the cops have done a lot of bad things in Idaho. I've heard stories from people and women telling me, like, people that used to live there. They're saying that, like, in other words, when they get into a car, they're speeding. Cops pull them over and they offer them deals. And those kind of deals are sexual favors to get rid of the tickets. Not saying that this has anything to do with the Idaho murder case, but I do find things very strange how the cops are reacting right now. Back then, when the case first began, they didn't do anything but go into that house and waste time. And all they should have done was get all the video. They should have went back to the first beginning of where this started. But let me tell you something, the cops didn't put out that food truck video. Kaylee's sister put that video out. Now, if Kaylee's sister was involved, why would she go and put that video out? Because it shows somebody in that video that is friends with Kaylee's ex-boyfriend. She was trying to tell you something by putting that out there. And the problem is, you got trolls on TikTok, you got haters, you got cops. And you'd be surprised that Idaho PD, each one of those officers, the chief, they all have TikToks. So go figure. You wonder why your videos are being blocked and deleted? They don't want you saying anything. But remember, the Idaho PD, the chief, is the one that asked us to help. I wasn't on this case until I saw that, in the beginning when he started asking people, we want the public's help. Figure out the puzzle. help us find the murderer. But you see, the problem here is, let me explain. You see, the killer never thought that this was going to go this far. Because he thought it was a small town. And he figured that it would never blow up like this because there's so many stabbings and murders going on in the world right now that he figured this is a small town, so why do I have to worry? Okay? I mean, this case is twisted in so many ways that it just doesn't even make sense sometimes. But I put something together for you guys where we're going to start from where we know, which is the food truck, but we're also going to start from the corner club because I found out some information. And I'm not saying who. I'm not bringing up names because these people are literally afraid of the law in that town. These people are frightened of the law. That's why there's a lot of hush. That's why the girl that came on Dr. Phil, she chose that she didn't want her name announced. She wanted to be anonymous for what she said. So, you're dealing with small town, boy town, you're dealing with backward, country folks. And, you ever watch the movie Wrong Turn? Maybe you should watch some movies about backward cops and what they do in the backward towns because you see, it's a small town, so they can pretty much do what they want. In the cities, they really can't do things like this because the feds take over right away. They push the cops out. How this law enforcement down there has jurisdiction over the feds when the feds could just put a stop to it, is way beyond me. And, things are really fucked up, man. This case is fucked up because you're dealing with not just one killer. You have multiple people who watched. We're going to go all the way back. We're going through this whole case up until where we are now. So I'm going to say hi to whoever's in here. Shadows. It's hard to hear with the music. I can turn my mic up. That's no problem. You can hear me now, I'm sure. All right. I got a very powerful system here. And, I want to wait for more people to come into the live because I did share this all over. A lot of people were having a hard time figuring out StreamYard. And it's very simple. Each one of you can make your own StreamYard, and I can teach you things on this channel. I ran this channel. I just got back to it, so, a couple of things are weird, but I'll brush back up. But this is so much better than TikTok. And let me tell you why. See, you go live on TikTok, you're going to get cut. If you're saying something that just, nails something. And I said a lot of things, and they've cut videos that I posted up to tell you guys something, and they didn't even let the video even post. The minute I hit the post, the video was removed. Okay. And they're doing a lot of things to try to shut me up. Like, like my volumes won't work on certain things. I can't get my TV volumes in my normal studio to work right now. And something don't make sense. So I have an internet guy coming over this weekend. If we find out that, we'll link it back to who did. If we come to find out that the Idaho PD or anything from TikTok, their administrations or even the feds, if they came in and shut my volume down, that is privacy, invasion of privacy. You have no right to cut anybody's shit down. That's called control. And that's what's going on in this world. Everybody wants a sense of control. And, you got to really put things together. If you're going to be smart about a case, why would you be out there on TikTok and listening to every single thing that people are saying? You can't believe everything you hear. I was learned that believe 20% of what they tell you, and 80% you need to do your own research because they're only going to tell you 20%. But I believe in my heart that this is a cover-up case. I believe that something other is going on behind the scenes that you don't know about, but I do know something about. Now, for the past, let me get in front of the mic. We're going to take the mic off. I'm just going to talk to you guys. So because I'm going to play a song and I'm going to sing a little so I can get my brain and my mind clear to where it needs to be so that we can do this live tonight. So,
the world's kind of crazy, man. You know, everybody. To me, when somebody dies, let's get into this first. When somebody passes away, you don't get out there and try to make money and followers and likes over their death. Now, when I come live, this is what I do. This is my business, okay? So I'm taking my time out to sit here and teach you guys the difference between fucked up and even more fucked up, okay? So, you know, that's where we are. Yeah, the world is mad. They are mad, but it's not that. It's the elites are mad because they're getting caught out there, okay? If you notice since the pandemic started, I felt like we went into another world like the Matrix, okay? Like the universe just twisted us somewhere else, okay? Because there's things going on that I've never seen before, you know, in my life. I've lived New York City my whole life. I've seen a lot of shit. I've been all over the fucking world. I've seen more shit out there than we can think about. And I've been through more shit. And I have people that are on my Facebook that are very close to me. So when people come to my Facebook and they want to, get a friend request, I kind of put, I know who my followers on TikTok and I know who I'm really associated. I had a couple of people come on and one of them was actually somebody that reported me. Okay. And that's Joseph Morris reported my live last night. He's one of them. And I got four others of them that reported me. He reported me because I came out and said that scream that you faked the scream. You made those parents believe that that was their daughter's voice. Okay. You don't do shit like that. And he did that to gain followers and gain followers and gain followers. Those are the evil elites to me. Those are the elites. Those are the people that don't give a fuck about you, me, or anybody. Okay. Now, listen, we only have a few people in here. I'm still waiting, but here's the great thing about this. This video is being aired at 7 different platforms. So this is the main platform here. When I'm done with the video, what'll happen is it'll automatically upload on YouTube, automatically to Facebook, Pinterest. It goes everywhere, Instagram, Twitter. Okay. So this is, a service that I've had for quite some time. And I did like TikTok. I gotta say, there's a lot of interesting things, but you see, when TikTok shadow bans you, and when they cut you live, there's one thing that people don't realize on TikTok. When they cut you and they remove a video, you go to the bottom of the list. That means that now people are not seeing your feed. It doesn't matter how many fans you got, how many friends you got. They don't see your feed because they cut you out of that feed. All right. But when you're on TikTok, do you realize that you're making TikTok money? We're the ones that built TikTok. We made TikTok, okay? Without us, they're nothing. Without us, they're a bunch of fucking Chinese fools. You guys have no fucking clue what they're doing. That's why the United States wants to ban them, okay? There's purposes and reasons behind it because they're promoting violence. If you go to TikTok and go to the search bar, you can't type in certain keywords like marijuana. You have to type it in other words like edibles, okay? Type in edibles and you'll see what the fuck comes up. Now, guns. I type in guns, all right? That comes up. But you see people selling guns on there. You see women trafficking, sex trafficking, children. I see children cursing at 9 years old, cursing a priest out, okay? And I went and reported the video, and guess what? No violation found on anything that I reported. I reported people smoking fucking crack on TikTok. No violation found. And I got everything saved in a database that I've been sending off to the feds for probably months now. So they promote violence and everything else, but you go up there and you tell the truth and talk about God, and they'll accept somebody reporting your video and saying you had hateful behavior, abusive behavior. I was called a violent extremist from that fucking cocksucker Joseph Morris, and I tell you what, I wish he would come to visit me in New York because I get on my knees to fight that bastard. Seriously, I would love to fight with him. I bring him to the boxing ring. You sign up in the boxing ring and we go at it. Nobody could do shit. It's not against the law. I would love for him to come and fight me in that boxing ring downtown. I trained with Mambo Kid, okay? One of the world's top boxers, okay? Kickboxers. But, I don't find violence a reason, but I find people like that need a good beating, Maybe his parents dropped him on his head when he was a child, It could be anything. But, I'm speaking about TikTok because I'm really upset. Hey, Les Jock, who's that down there? Okay. Hey, J Rock, what's up, brother? How you doing? We need to get all the followers here, So I'm waiting. I got 13 people in here now. I'm waiting on people. You know, People will tell you they'll be there and then they won't, because they're too busy on TikTok. They're just scrolling, looking for stuff. Don't look for it. It's right here. I'm going to tell you things that. They might kill me over this shit, but you know what? They're not going to kill me. They're going to try to. I've had death threats, okay, in my messenger in Facebook, which I sent off to the feds today, okay? I had another threat 2 days ago telling me, shut your mouth or we'll shut your mouth for you, okay? So when somebody's threatening me about that, that tells me that somebody's trying to cover something up with this case. And the Idaho PD did, in fact, report my other video from the other night where we had millions of viewers, okay? It literally said at the end of the live, 3.8 million people viewed your video. Excuse me, I still got that cold, but you know, when I know I got that many people that viewed me, that's an issue. Come on, people, come on. All right, thank you. But we're going to start getting into it, like, you know, in a second here. So let me sing you guys a song that I absolutely loved. I got to get my heart. You know, basically, let me explain something. I'm an empath, okay? I'm a multi-talented musician and I'm an artist. I make, you know, clothing, I design leather, I do a lot of things, okay? Now, when I worked on the Petito case, we had a lot of energy in this house, okay? And I don't need no spirit box. You know, to me, it's a great thing. That guy's pretty much on, okay? But I believe in spiritual force and energy. And when you put passion into something so hard, I do believe that, you know, these dead people do come to me and they give me messages, all right? And I believe it because when I was on the Gabby Petito case, I got messages and we were online. And before they found a spot in the woods, okay, there was something there in the woods they were looking for. And you guys can check that. We're not getting into that, but I brought the map up and my EMF on my system here doesn't have an EMF on it. It's clear. This is very expensive equipment. So no EMF coming through, but EMF was coming through and it's live on YouTube. You could check out that. I covered the whole case. And when I went to certain, certain spots on the map, the EMF would get louder and louder and louder and louder. And it got so loud where it literally cut my shit off one night, okay? And people were like, wow, what the hell? They're like, what is that? And they know, people, engineers out there know that you don't get EMF through a recording system like this. Impossible. When the recording system's not even online, okay? So that being said, you know, we do have very spiritual things here, and sometimes we have to, you know, light sage up to get the evil spirits out, because along with good spirits comes evil spirits. So that's why I leave the spirit box. If he took that to court, it would never hold up in court. The judge would laugh him right out of the courtroom. He would say, take that thing and go back to Walmart with that, okay? Because you know, I'm just making a point, okay? Statement. It doesn't matter if it's from Walmart. It probably came. Listen, it probably came from China, okay? Because everything you have is made in China, even your food, all right? But you know, look, now, you know, the whole thing is back to the spirit box, okay? It wouldn't hold up in the courtroom. Neither would a spiritual force like that hold up. But psychics seem to hold up in the courtroom because psychics could go out there and find a child that was buried, that was kidnapped. And there's psychics out there that have done that. They've led them right to the spot, okay? Now that I do believe in, but that's not a psychic. That's something that, well, it is a psychic, but it's something, a prophet. God gave you a gift. He gave you a gift to know things, you know, and that's it. And me, listen, people know me on Facebook and people know who I am. People love me on Facebook. These are some of my closest friends, and I do have haters there. I have 5,000 friends. I can't go over that, all right? But I have 5, 6 pages, regular profile pages. Most of them are maxed out. I have 35 like pages on Facebook. I have 22 Instagram pages, and the other half are very well unknown because they're kept for my business. But I have pages. I've been online since this shit started. When YouTube first began, I was on that thing the first friggin' day it came out, okay? And you can go backtrack that all the way back. So I'm very well experienced with doing research and learning different things. So let's get into the case. Let me get this song going for you. Listen to this. I want some comments. I want to hear what you guys think, because this is my life here. This is what I do. But I do this, and then I come back, because this is your intermission, but this is the beginning of my show. So we'll get into this. Hey, for those that don't show up, then they don't show up, you know, then they don't get to see it. But the people that are here, I am going to ask you to subscribe to, I have another channel we're opening up specifically for murder cases, okay? It'll be for everything, but we'll work on one at a time, okay? And then eventually I'll have moderators in there that will be able to come on the page and run it when I can't be there. People that I have to trust. Now, the reason why we do subscriptions, because the subscriptions keep the haters and the trolls out. Because what happens, you see, like with StreamYard, if somebody came in my StreamYard and did what they did to me in TikTok, StreamYard's policies are much different. You see, they don't handle that shit like that. They don't delete you. They don't shut your live off, okay? They don't do none of that because they don't want to lose their clients, you know? So what they do is they'll go and investigate that. And once they investigate it, if they find that that person called me a violent extremist or anything like that, they take it very seriously. And you better believe they take it serious enough to where somebody can get locked up. And you better believe that Joseph and those people that have been spreading rumors about me, they don't know who they're spreading rumors about. Listen, guys, I'm going to tell you, I'm a famous musician and I'm a famous designer. I don't mention it a lot, okay? If people want to know me, go look me up. It's simple. You can type in Paul Mancia rock star on Google, will come up, all right? Now, they have no idea who they did this to. And I told them, maybe you need to go and look. I said, go Google this name right there and find how much 2,700 pages on Google about me, all right? He fucked up bad by doing what he did last night, along with his other friends. Because me, I'm not going to go after him for revenge and tell you guys, oh, go block him and do this. No, I'm going to go after him legally. Because if you're out there spreading rumors about my name when I got 4 businesses, you can hurt my business. That's slander and it's defamation of character. My lawyers, they're already filing lawsuits against him. You better believe it. And TikTok provided us the data of who reported me because everybody has a right to know who reports you. Now, if they don't give you that data, then you can threaten them and go, well, not a threat. You legally, you give them a legal threat. Well, I'll go get a court order and you have no fucking choice then to give me that data of who blocked me and who did whatever. But the problem with TikTok, what they did is when you do a live, okay, and you go after the live is done, you go into your, creators port. My live says unavailable. Okay, my lawyer saw unavailable. Do you know what that means? That you're not letting me get that live so I can, share it with everybody else and everybody. You tell me where I bullied and harassed anybody. Never done that. See, so they block you out from downloading the video, which shows you that they know they're in the fucking wrong and they don't want you spreading bullshit. All right, listen, Darren, calm down, okay? People, Krista just came in, okay? See, people are coming. Oh yeah, they're elevating my energy. So let me sing this song. We'll get into the case, okay? I hope you guys like Billy Joel. Check. Don't go changing to try and please me. You never let me down before. I can't imagine you're too familiar. I don't see you anymore. My voice is a little rough today, but when I need you, time to trouble. I'm going to clip it, guys, because I'm going to get laryngitis. So I got to protect my voice. I have recordings coming up this week. So let's just get into the case. Don't worry about that shit. I don't care.
You were sick recently.
Yeah, I was sick. I have RSV, actually, and it's like really messing up my respiratory and all up here. And like, it's just really weird. But we'll get into that another time. So All right. I want to begin with you guys from all the way back to the case, okay? We're going to start, but we're going to go through it very slowly. So, all right. I was there are people I cannot mention names. That's for one. So I, comment guys, I'm going to tell you what's going on. That is not StreamYard because StreamYard doesn't do that. You know why they're trying to shut me up, guys? Because I'm about to tell you something that's going to blow your fucking minds, okay? And can you guys see me going in and out or what? Can somebody come, please?
I can't see you at all.
You can't see me at all?
No.
Can you hear me?
No.
Really? Can't hear me, can't see me, huh? Can't see me. Something went wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're watching me. They're not going to allow me to do this.
What about this? Here. Talk on my phone.
Oh, you're on?
Yeah.
Hey, guys, I think you can understand what's going on right now, right? They're trying to shut me up. Look at this. Okay, my wife's phone is working, but my phone, something went wrong. Now, StreamYard would never do this, okay? Which means that somebody has hacked. Somebody has hacked my accounts, and if I find out Idaho PD did this, I'm going to tell you what, I'm going to be filing a lawsuit against them tomorrow morning, okay? And they better believe it because that is invasion of my fucking privacy. That means that you are not in this feed because this feed is private. They cannot come in unless I accept them. I have to add the certain people that I can't accept in here. I put that in there. No cops from Idaho. And I literally put that in there specifically, okay? No weird names. Nobody that's untrusted. You know what I'm saying? I know what I'm putting in there. Now, if you noticed while I was performing, my video was beautiful, okay? My phone is still something went wrong. No matter, it will not go, okay? That means they're shutting me out. But guess what? You're not going to fucking shut Paul Mantier out. I'll tell you that now because no matter what they do, and people do know this out there, they cannot shut me up, okay? They can threaten me. They can threaten to kill me. But guess what, Idaho? I know it's coming from you. I know it's the chief of police because you did something very wrong in this case, okay? And you did fucking wrong things to other people in the past. And guess what? I'm the guy that speaks for the voiceless. You understand that? God sent me to come after evil fucking people like you. How about that? Has anybody ever noticed that the way the bloodline looks? I'm going to do it. Donald Trump, President Joe Biden, President Pence, okay? Now let's look at the Idaho PD. They all look like they're Irish, don't they? White hair, red faces. Well, there you go. You know what that's called? The fucking Brotherhood bloodline,
Yeah, but
okay?
when you Google them, they're all white American.
When you Google them, even Obama, all white American, okay? Obama is not a white American, okay? So there's something wrong there. But you see, the elites don't want to be caught for the shit that they did. And when we start speaking out like this, like Kanye and all those people, you know, Kanye, he's in and out. I don't know what the fuck. He made fun of Jewish people. You know, my wife is Jewish. When you do something like that, you know, fuck you, Kanye, right? That's it. That's all. He was on the right path, but he fucked up when he did that with me. So I never met the guy. I don't need to meet him. I know plenty of big stars out there, okay? But it's time. You're not shutting me up. I'm going to say what I got to say. If something happens to me, if I'm walking outside, something happens to me, we know where to look because I don't have any enemies around me. I haven't had no issues until I got on this case, okay? But you're not going to shut me up. They're not shutting me up because I'm going to go live on here again, and I'm going to cut the IP address, and we're going to see what we can do. All right? So I'm cutting the IP address, and that's it. All right, so I'm going to stay on my wife's phone right now. All right, so guys, let's get into this case. All right, I'm going to come out of the studio. I'm going to my kitchen where we got better IP. All right. You ready? You ready to hear some crazy shit or what? Okay, guys. Here we go. Now we're really going to get in. But
you should follow me because they don't know me.
Okay, listen, guys. Can you guys hear me fine out there? Somebody, I want to hear yes. Okay, thank you. That's all I need to hear. Thank you very much, Vera. I want to say God bless every one of you. And, you know, just I want you to tell you, be safe out there. We in a crazy times right now. The ones that talk, remember, God wants us to talk. He don't want you to shut up. Don't let them shut you up. It don't matter. And my other page is still doing it because they think I'm on there, so they can't figure it out. You see how we tricked them into the shit? They cannot figure this out. How is he going live when we're cutting him off? That's okay because you'll never find out. Now, let's get to the case, okay? Topic 1. People that I have associated with, okay, that are not investigators right now. I am talking to detectives, but they don't work for the city there. They're on their own out there. They're doing their own work. There are people in that town that the cops don't even know who's investigating, okay? They have no fucking clue. But I know a couple of people. We'll get into that later. Now, as a musician, I had made an offer a couple of days ago to the families, okay? To the families of the victims. I said, what I'd like to do is I'd love to do a show at the Corner Club because the owner sounds like a great guy, okay? Now, I want to do a show in the memorial of the victims, okay? And I'll do the show for free. They said, who's going to pay for you to come? I said, don't worry about that. We got supporters. You better believe that. So by me doing that, when I went and put that on TikTok and Facebook, somebody in Ethan's family, very close family member, not mother and father, but somebody related to the mother and father that's very close. And she asked me nicely, please do not mention my name. Don't mention anything. But you know what she said to me? I love your TikToks, and I love the way you present yourself and how you're talking about these things, because you're not mentioning certain things, but you're mentioning things where you're giving the people the clue, okay? She's watched a lot of my TikToks, okay? And she agrees with me on a lot of things. And, you know, she said she didn't quite say that the family members, they know, okay? The sister of Kaylee knows who did this. And I had it, you know, I asked God to forgive me for putting that video up, but I did see facial expressions that the girl made that, you know, it kind of made me twitch a little bit because mom is saying, you know, who can do such a thing like this? Who can do this to somebody, right? And then she went like this. But you know what? I was wrong, guys. I was wrong. And I admit I was wrong, okay? What I'm thinking is now that I went and did research on both of them and I background checked, I can't tell you about anything, you know, but they don't have anything on their records. They're clean, the dad and the daughter and the mom. They have no bad record out there, okay? I didn't even see speeding tickets, okay? So that being said, let's get to this. So basically, the faces that she was making while her mom was saying that, I could tell that by looking at it very closely, she was trying to hold her tears back because she's got to be, you know, she has to be strong for the mother, and so does the dad. Okay, the dad should be strong for the both of them. The dad should have been sitting by the mother and had her in his arms and comforting her while she was crying her eyes out. That still, to me, I'm a little leery about these things. But this is important that I speak about this with you guys because it's what's going to take us to the next level of the case, okay? So in my heart, I prayed to God and I asked him to show me the right direction, okay? And then the next day I got up and I watched it myself very closely, okay? That girl is sitting there in anger, okay? She wants the person caught. So I went back and researched some things and I found I knew this already, that the sister, Olivia, I think her name is, she actually is the one that put the food truck video out there, okay? The cops didn't put that out there. She went and got that food truck video from Twitch and got them to give her the video, and she went and placed it out there, okay? Now, you have to really put two and two together and think about this. Why would she put that out there if she was a part of this? Because there's a person in that video that is a part of this, okay? Now, I'm still at the point where I'm unsure whether he did this or he didn't do it, okay? But I have two people, one knife, okay? One of those people murdered those girls and slaughtered them to death, and Ethan, okay? Now, when she was on that live and she's making those faces, I think she knows who did this because she gave you a clue that nobody else has given you. The cops gave you shit, okay? Normally in a case, you know what they do? I've watched every case, even Petito, they put out every video. They put out all the videos of interviews of restaurants, showing you pictures, showing you this, showing you that. In the beginning of the case, they didn't wait a month, okay? They didn't wait a month. They did not wait for that shit. And that's two people that one person was dead, okay? One girl. This is 4 lives right here, okay? And there's many other lives dying out there. But right now we're on this, okay? Because this case, God has put certain people in this case to show the other people, the blinded, wake you up and show you what's really going on behind the scenes, okay? Because this ain't just a 4-victim murder case. And I'm going to tell you what, if they don't put these people in custody soon, for them, what I was told, and I'll never even tell the cops who told me this because I don't know who the person is. But that person's not only on my TikTok, my messengers. He managed. He said, "Look, don't go trying to find out who I am." I wrote him a message. I said, "No, I'm not going to do that because you're saying things that I really need to know." Okay. Now, let's get into this. The sister has no part in this. Okay. I had to understand that they're grieving. They just been through a lot of shit. Maybe her and her sister didn't get along, but that's a normal thing. I don't get along with one of my brothers. So if somebody killed him, would that mean I killed him or set him up? No. Okay. So you got to think in perspective here. All right. You have to think clear and focus mind. Be mindful about things. Don't just, the minute you read something, automatically assume that that's the truth, because what's going on TikTok is you only get 10 minutes of video. That means that parts were clipped out. Okay. People go, "Oh, the cop video. Why didn't I see this part of the video?" Because you never went back to YouTube and looked at it. You only looked at what they showed you. And those are the trolls and those are the haters. Those are the trolls that just want likes and hits and this and that. And they'll keep the other clips and they'll post the other clips later so that this way you follow them even more. Okay? So you have to stay away from that. You really need to keep your eyes open and stay far the fuck away from that shit. Don't believe everything you hear out there. Do your own research. Go pay $45 and get on Been Verified. Go look the people up, and trust me, certain people you'll look up, you'll go, "Holy shit," but I can't mention that because that's against the law. I can't tell you what I read on the background reports. That's something you have to do, but you cannot bring it up online because you could go to jail for that shit. Serious federal offense. All right. I know you guys are waiting, so let's get into the case now. Can you guys please give me 1 second so I can go in the other room and grab my tea, and I'll be right back. Okay? Right back. And I'm going to go right into the case. I got things to tell you tonight. Trust me. They're not going to be able to do it. I got something else. I'm going to go spend more money on the bigger plan and block off all those security block on a security block agent. And that's it. They ain't going to be able to. They ain't going to be able to do anything, and that's it. All right, I'll be right with you guys and just get my tea. Don't go anywhere. All right, listen, the first thing I want you guys to do is, now you guys know who Crime Mongo is? You need to block him, okay? He's the one reporting your videos, one of them, okay? There are trolls. So I'm going to give you, what we'll do is, you follow me here, you guys, as long as you're a member in here, I'll post up things and I'll give you the names that you need to stay away from, and you need to block them immediately. Because if you don't block them, they're going to keep coming back. So let's begin with the case. All right, you ready, guys? From day one, okay, when we heard about the case. Now, cops got a call, right? 4 murders, but they don't know about that yet. They get a call, unconscious person, okay? Now, we got to rewind. This is who lives at the house right now. Well, not now, but back then, okay? Before Kaylee came back up to the campus. It was Madison and the 2 roommates. 3 people living in that house. You know that? Ethan did not live there. Jack D did not live there, okay? And Kaylee did not live there. Kaylee was home at the time. She came up literally with her dog, okay, to show Madison her new car. Only a couple of people knew they were coming up. And I know people are going to say, well, they took pictures. Yeah, they did. But only her parents knew, Madison and Jack D, and the 2 roommates. That's it. Those are the only ones. And Jack S, Jack Showalter. Those are the only ones that knew that Kaylee was coming back that day. Kaylee's stuff was packed up by Madison, by the way. Madison went in her room and she was packing up while Kaylee wasn't there. I bet you didn't know that, huh? No, you didn't know that. So she packed up her stuff, and Kaylee's bed was also packed up. Her sheets were put away. You know, the bed mattress was against the wall, all right? Meaning that Kaylee wouldn't have been able to sleep in that room, period. So, that being said, Ethan, he doesn't live there. But let's stay with Kaylee right now. So Kaylee drives up. She's got a dog with her brand new car. She's coming up so she can move the next day because the girl was graduating last week, all right? Now, with only a few people knowing that that girl was going to be there, you really need to think about that. Now, I want you guys, get a pen and paper and write down what I'm telling you because you're going to need to take notes, all right? But you can also go back to the YouTube later and watch that. And I also want you guys to share this. It's going to be hard to share it on TikTok because of, you know, the time base on it, but you can clip and put certain clips in and, you know, we'll work it out. Don't worry about that. So now, so she gets there and Madison and the 2 girls are there. Ethan wasn't in the house yet. All right. And Exana. Okay. I'm sorry. I made a mistake. There's 4 people. I forgot Exana. Okay. Because she hasn't been spoke about at all. Nobody really brings her up. Okay. So let's retract. There's Exana, Madison, Bethany, and Dylan. Those are the only ones living in the house. Exana's boyfriend, Ethan, did not live there. Okay. No men were living in that home. Now, let's rewind a little bit. Now, what happened before Kaylee left that house? Okay. What happened before that? Well, she had a boyfriend by the name of Jack Decor. All right. And she broke up with that man. They were together for 5 years. Jack Decor is the guy that you seen with the red hair and the glasses, that little scrawny looking thing, you know? Now, how can that guy look like the guy that's out there now with dark hair, big and giant? That something doesn't make sense somewhere, does it? I don't see that. And that picture was actually taken like literally 2 months before they split up. All right. And 2 months later, he looks like that. Something's wrong. Something's off. All right. And how can we ever really know what her boyfriend really looked like? Because Kaylee's not here anymore. So we can't ask her. Right. So I want you to think about that. Let me take some of the questions. I'm going to DM you, Paul, if I can. Yeah. You're welcome to DM me. All right. I mean, if you guys don't, because we don't know who's coming in and watching, but I pretty much know all the people that are in here right now. Yeah, the sister of Liba had nothing to do with this. Now, I said on TikTok that I ruled out the two girls, the roommates, but I said that for a reason, because TikTok would have cut me again. I still think that they're involved in some way, okay? But we're not there yet. We have to stick with where we are. We're right now talking about Kaylee and her boyfriend, her ex-boyfriend, okay? And we're gonna begin from where we know, because we don't know what happened at the corner club, all right? We don't know where Madison got that jacket, whose jacket it was, whose jacket was she wearing, because it didn't fit her, all right? Now, let's begin. Well, we already begun, but my mind's, I have a lot going on in my head, so, and I want to get to major points for you guys, but this is how I got to do it. So Kaylee broke up with Jack D. And what I heard from somebody that actually used to go to the frat over there, he graduated already. I'm not mentioning his name. I'm not telling the cops nothing. They could go fuck themselves. Honestly, I don't have to tell them shit of where I got that information, because look, they ain't telling us shit. So why did I tell you shit? But the guy, I really don't have his name. I only have a fake name. Okay, there are people out there that are going around that are very good friends of those girls. They're very afraid to put their names out there. And you have to understand, if they told me to shut up, or they'll shut me up, and they're cutting my lives and trying to get into my StreamYard and my YouTube, then you have to think about how those kids are feeling, because they know something that we don't know, okay? They know things about that town that we don't know. They know things about the college kids. They know things about the frat, the sorority. Those girls were extremely popular, okay? Like the queens of this high school, you know what I mean? Big time popular. Everybody loved them. Now, I did watch some videos about those girls, and I figured I felt they had a nasty attitude at times, and I felt that they did things, but those are kids. You can't do that. I have a daughter. My daughter went to Christian school. It's a different story, but we're not talking about that. I'm leaving my daughter out of this. Okay, so now she broke up with Jack, right? After being with the guy for 5 years. Kaylee's getting ready to graduate. She's moving out. She wants to move on with her life. Maybe Jack did something to her that she didn't like. And I'm going to tell you, Jack slept with one of the girls in that house. I'm not going to say who, but it wasn't Exainer or, there was a lot of sexual things going on amongst the crowd, each other. Okay. Like Madison, she has a boyfriend. Okay. Jake S. All these Jakes and Jacks. Okay. Jake S. was Madison's boyfriend, okay? But Madison was having an affair with the guy that was wearing the number 9 shirt, okay? So now you have to put that down. Now, just keep that over here, all right? Because right now we're on Kaylee. Because Kaylee was the main target, okay? Nobody else in our house was the target. You know how I know Kaylee was the target? Because it happened on the night that she came back to her house where she was moving her stuff out. Evidently, the person did not want Kaylee to move away, okay? Did not want this. In other words, if I can't have you, nobody will, all right? So I want you to really put this together now, because I'm telling you things that will blow. If I put this on TikTok, they would probably come over here and blow my brains out, okay? Now, let me tell you. Remember, she wasn't living at the house, guys, okay? Broke up with Jack. Comes back up and she's dead. She was moving the next day. She was graduating the next week, meaning she was moving on with her life, saying, goodbye, Jack. I don't want to be with you. Maybe the parents might have told you that, oh, they were going to get married. No, they weren't going to get married, okay? Because if they were going to get married, trust me, it wouldn't have gone down like this. But now I also want you to put a point down on the dog. She brought the dog up, meaning it's mostly her dog. It's not, they shared the dog, but it was Kaylee's dog, all right? Remember, a dog is a person's prize. That's everything to you. That's your animal. You love that animal. That animal means every single thing to you. Okay? I'm going to ask some questions. Are you guys hearing what I'm saying? Do you understand? Because I have to talk very slowly so you can understand this. Do you understand what I'm saying and at the point we are right now? I just need to hear a yes from somebody. Exactly. My dog is my family. My dog is my family. My dog, forget it. I love this dog so much, man. we'll put some video up one day, okay? My dog was abused as well, but let's get back to the case. So now Kaylee's back, right? And they're taking pictures outside at the apartment complex across the street where Jack Showalter has an apartment. Now, I want to talk to you about who Jack Showalter is, okay? I'm going to explain to you who each character is in this case, because you have to know who the characters are and what they've done, okay? Jack Showalter is the food truck guy, okay? The food truck hoodie guy. Remember that guy? The guy that was watching Madison and watching the other girl? Now, let me tell you a little bit about Jack's history. Jack Showalter is from Boise, Idaho, okay? His mom and dad are both professional doctors. In Jack's family, he is politically connected. There is a senator in his family. There is an attorney general of a state in his family. There are judges in his family. There are lawyers in his family. They are worth $65 million, okay? How do I know that? Networth.com, okay? Because I was up there. I took my shit down. Nobody needs to know anything. But, you know, I'm not rich, guys. It's just what I've done in my life, okay? Now, he was up there. His family, they're worth $65 million. They own a beautiful 200 acres with a cabin, literally about 10 minutes from their office in Boise, Idaho, okay? Jack is a hunter, and so is his dad. They do trips to Africa, hunting trips to Africa. They do it every year, okay? So they've been there already. So you can't blame it that he ran away, because he didn't. That trip was planned before the murder. You cannot place that on people. And that's why we're here, because we're here to tell the truth. We're not here to lie about anything, okay? I'm not going to give you anything to lie, and I'm not going to tell you something that I'm not sure of either. I'll bring it up, and you can determine what you want, but I'm not going to, you know, make it a sure thing. Yes, and you can do that information yourself, but I'm going to put another video up. You know, we'll go through that stuff, okay? And I got the names of every family member. The whole family is literally politically connected, okay? Now, Jack Showalter used to be a member of the frat, okay? The frat house. And evidently his anger issues and his violent attitude got him thrown out, okay? Now, he was pushed out of there. Remember, that means that Jack can no longer be at the frat house, is no longer welcome in the girls' house where they had parties, which he's been in that house many times. He has pictures with Xana, her teddy bear. Remember the tiger? Well, that's Jack Showalter in pictures with her tiger in her room, okay? He's also in other pictures that I found, okay, which I can't really put out just yet. I have to wait on that, but I'm going to put it out here. We're not going to TikTok. So now, when Jack Showalter got kicked out of that fraternity, what he did was he went and killed animals, skinned them alive, and he took the carcass and threw it on the fraternity property. Okay? Jack Showalter. The guy that is called the food truck hoodie guy. All right? He went and threw the carcasses onto their lawn. Now, let me explain to you where he went when he got kicked out. When he got thrown out of the frat house, his parents went and rented him an apartment right next door to the house of the murders. So Jack Showalter lived right in that building that you've seen on camera the other night that I showed you, the detective Chris DeHardy showing you how close. It's literally like this. Here's the house. Here's the apartment building. You walk right in, right out, right in, right out. Now, guys, that's who Jack Showalter is, okay? Jack Showalter also drove a white Hyundai, but not an Elantra, okay? And this is about 3 years ago. He had a car. And then he recently sold a Hyundai Sonata. And that was before the murders, though. Okay, so now we have an understanding about Jack Showalter, the food truck hoodie guy, right? We're going to stay on Jack Showalter right now because you need to understand Jack Showalter. Now, how did Jack Showalter get involved as watching the girls? Now, do you guys remember when it came out that Kaylee had a stalker? That some guy followed her into the store, and then followed her out. That was just a guy that was out there with his friend looking for girls. That's normal in a college town. They weren't, overaged. It was their age. Okay. Now, my dog is barking, and it can be distracting. Come here, Oreo. Why you got to bark at everybody? Come here. Is somebody? Can you guys give me a moment? We'll stay. Listen, I don't lose the spot I'm on. Somebody's by my door, and my dog is trained as a security dog. Go and see what's going on, please. I'm on. Why was she barking?
He'll be right back.
My apologies, guys. When my dog barks like that at the door, I go over to the door because she literally made me open the door and she went out. And sometimes we have homeless people stay in the rooftop stairs and they can't stay up there because we have people. This is a private building. They cannot be up there. Too much shit going on. They could kill you. My wife and I, we do feed the homeless. We feed the homeless people in our neighborhood. She actually cooks for them. We bring it to them and we help them. We do what we can. But as I'm saying, my dog she literally went up the stairs and smelled something, but nobody was there. So thank God for her. All right. So let's get back to Jack Showalter. Now, Jack Showalter, you ready for this, guys? I know you are. I spoke about it, but we're going to put everything into perspective and we're going to go through a timeline. Okay. So now, Mr. Showalter was, now we got to get back to where the stalker was. So that's where we were. Everybody was told that Kaylee had a stalker. That was cleared by her parents, her friends, and the cops. She did not have a stalker. The guy was just looking for girls like they do all the time. They're known in that town. They go around trying to pick up girls. When I was younger, I did the same damn thing. I went out to the club. I went to college towns. When I was on tour, I was out there picking up girls. I was young. I was single. Okay, I have a right to do that. I wasn't out there killing people and raping people. No, I was out there. Hey, how you doing? You know, people come up, they talk to you, you associate. How do we meet each other? If we stood next to each other and never spoke, we wouldn't even know each other. Okay. Now we know that they were not stalked. Okay. Nobody was stalked. A pretty girl like that, everybody's stalking you. Okay. It don't matter. People are staring. They might walk behind you because they wanted to look at her ass. You know, you got to think, how do guys think? How do women think? Women think the same way. You know, it's all, you know, people have sexual preferences and that's it. You know, you have your emotions running at that age. People want to, you know, they want to interact and be involved together. You know, some of them want to sleep around. Some of them have got boyfriends. They want to cheat on each other, you know. But that's, you know, they can't blame anybody else but themselves for those things. God gave you a choice and free will. That's it. So now you understand about the stalker. There's no stalker. All right. Now, Jack Decor, Kaylee's ex-boyfriend. He lives in Boise, Idaho. That's where he was born and raised. Okay. The same town that Jack Showalter's from. Do you know that Jack Decor, have you ever seen his parents yet? You haven't seen his parents. You haven't heard him even speak about this case. He hasn't wrote nothing up there. There's apologies and nothing. He hasn't given anything about this. All right. And that was not Jack Showalter that you saw on that stage. That was somebody else. That was a brother of the I think that was Katie's family. That was the brother. It wasn't Jack Showalter, okay? And it wasn't Jack Decor. Jack Showalter was actually seen in the audience, sitting in the chairs. You can very lightly see his face and his red hair, okay? The guy that they're showing you the picture of kind of looks like Eminem with a hat on and a jacket and standing there like this, okay? That to me is not Jack that is not Jack Decor, okay? Because when Kaylee was alive, Jack Decor didn't look like that. Jack DeCour's personality and his demeanor and everything, the looks, the style changed after she died. Make sure you note these things down because it's very important to this case. Extremely important. Excuse me. So, now, let me explain to you how Jack Showalter came into the picture, all right? Jack DeCour decided that he wanted to be away at his parents' house for the night. They're 2 minutes away from the frat house, okay? Now, make sure you think about this here. Somebody's trying to call me on a, wow. Somebody is trying to call my phone on a verified number. My phone doesn't take those numbers, and I can't. Okay, I just hung up. Unknown number, private number, just calling my phone, okay? I don't answer that shit. I just let it ring, and I'll leave it at the top of my screen, and I'll screenshot it. So, now, because I know, they know that where I'm going with this, and it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt them, but not hurt the case. It's going to help the case because, you know, the guy, Chris DeHardy, he's like me. He's going to tell you straight out what he thinks, okay? Straight out. That's why he is not on TikTok. He's on StreamYard, and he streams his stuff to YouTube with his own channel, okay? Because he knows that TikTok will cut him off. On his own channel, they cannot cut you off. As long as you're not saying anything incriminating, you're not bullying anybody, you're not harassing, you're just speculating on a case, okay? The same thing that everybody else is doing. Because remember, the cops asked us to help them. We need the public's help. We need you to identify. We need you to look. We need you to give us tips. Well, that's what we did. And you went and cut us off. And then you came out and threatened us that if we kept doing this, that you're going to charge us and put us in jail. So that shows me that this cop is more interested in putting us in jail than going after the fucking killer that killed 4 people in his community, okay? That right there, that being said, he's got fucking issues, that chief, all right? I'm not mentioning names. All right, so let's get back to this. Now, I want you guys to understand how Jack Showalter, the food truck hoodie guy, came into the picture, all right? Now, let's get to Jack DeCour here, all right? So Jack DeCour told Kaylee wanted to see Jack that day, okay? You understand this? She wanted to see him, but Jack told her that he wasn't available, that he was going to be away that night. Now, think about this. Kaylee's coming back up. She hasn't been there for a long time, okay? She's been on vacation waiting to graduate. Jack DeCour was in love with this girl. 5 years being with her. She just broke up with him. Now, if I was in love with, like he is, with a girl, and she called me and told me, yeah, I'd like to see you. Can you come up? You know? My ass would cancel every fucking plan that I had. And I would go there and I would be there for her, okay? I would cancel my plans. If I'm in love with somebody, I'm going to cancel it. What is so important to Jack DeCour that he had to be at his parents' house that night? You were that busy? Well, evidently you said you were sleeping, so you couldn't have been that busy. Why would you leave on the night that Kaylee was coming up when you knew she was coming? When you lived right across from the house, you live in the apartment complex right there. Why would you not come home? Why would you leave your apartment complex when your girlfriend that you were in love with for 5 years, okay, is coming up and you're going to tell her you can't make it to see her? Now, I'm going to give you 2 seconds. No, 2 minutes. Just think about this because serious shit, man. Think about what I'm saying here. Okay, now let me tell you how Jack Showalter got into the picture. So now Jack used this thing that the girls were stalked. He called his friend Jack Showalter, who he's friends with. And you can see that on his pages. You could go to the Venmo. You could go to wherever you find that. It's there because he in fact went and Venmo'd Jack DeCour, all right? He was one of them that Venmo'd Jack, all right? Now, what Jack DeCour did is he made a phone call to Jack S., all right? And he called him and said, listen, I'm not going to be there tonight. Can you please watch over Kaylee and Madison? Because I'm worried, you know, somebody was stalking them recently. I'm not saying that that's exactly what was said, but I'm just playing it out like I'm playing an actor's role of what I would think would happen. That might not be how it was laid out because we don't know exactly what Jack Showalter did, whether he's a killer or not, okay? We're not to that point yet. So Jack Decor decided he wanted him to watch the girls, okay? So he called him, and that's what he did. Now, let's go to the corner club. We don't know what happened inside there, but I did get some word, and this is straight up, okay? A source that I know is 100%, okay? He said that Jack Showalter was thrown out of the bar that night and had to wait outside in the cold, okay? In the ice cold. Thrown out for making women feel uncomfortable. Now, what girls do you think Jack was making feel uncomfortable? Kaylee and Madison, nobody else. They didn't tell you who. They just told you uncomfortable, but they didn't tell you this. I'm telling you this. This came from another source that it's been on TikTok, all right? That source that put it on TikTok was a reliable source, a very reliable source because it's a part of that frat, okay? Used to be. Now, he got kicked out. So now he's standing outside of the bar in the ice cold waiting for them. All right. So they get out and Jack follows them to the food truck because we don't know what went on inside that bar. All right. Still, the jacket comes into play because did Kaylee had that jacket on when she got into the bar? Was she given that jacket inside of the bar? Did they go take a smoke break outside and somebody said, if you're cold, here you go? Okay. That jacket came from somewhere because it wasn't her jacket. All right. Period. And the story right there. Now, so they get to the food truck and now that's where we seen it from. Remember, Kaylee's sister's the one that got that video so you guys could see it. So I'm not ruling her out completely, but I'm pretty much ruling her out about 95% right now. All right. So now Jack was seen in the video watching the girls. Okay. Everywhere they went, he went. At one point, you've seen, now we're going to switch. Number 9 guy. You remember the guy with the jersey wearing the number 9 shirt? Madison ran up to him and gave him a hug. You remember that hug? Hugged him. Yeah. And then she turned around and walked back. To me, she didn't look drunk at all, okay? She was damn sober there to be able to run, give him a hug, and walk back. I did not see her staggering whatsoever, okay? Not Madison. We'll get to Kaylee in a moment. Now, after Madison walked away from the number 9 shirt guy, there was another guy. If I was facing the other way, he would be to my left, but say he's to my right. Another guy was standing next to him, okay? That wasn't Jack Showalter standing next to him because Jack Showalter was over here behind him in the corner, just watching everything. But he was on the other side where the girls were, where they were ordering their food at the time, okay? After Madison walked away from him, he looked and he whispered to the guy next to him. He went, he was smiling, and then he made a move like this. That one right there got me really bad because I said, what the fuck would he do that? Well, maybe she told him, I'm tired, you know, we're going to get our food, we're going to go home, and I'm going to go to sleep, you know. Or it could have meant that I'm tired, but you're welcome to come over and we can have sex, okay? Now, there was another point with the number 9 jersey t-shirt guy when she was standing over by the food truck, Madison, and she was like kind of up there like this, like just laying there waiting for somebody to come and just, you know, rub up against her, all right? And I'm going to say it like that because it's the truth. It's what I saw. I brought the video up on a 4K TV so close to me, okay? Remember, I can bring things up that you can forget about it. I'm an expert at doing this stuff. I specialize in things like this. I work for companies pulling pictures up and finding things that they need, all right? Now, he walks up to her again, and this time, I'm going to get up and show you. So say Madison's standing here, okay? This is what the guy, number 9, I don't know his name. I think his name is David something. He rubs up his leg against her like this, and then his hand is going like this. You didn't see that part. You know where that hand is, don't you? It's right up her crotch, all right? He went to pull her close to try to kiss her, but she moved away, okay? Maybe her breath was stinking. You don't know. You don't know why she did that. Or maybe she didn't want anybody to see that they were having an affair because she knew that Jack Showalter was watching her. That's why she kind of pushed him away. She didn't want him to know, oh, they're having an affair. He could go tell her boyfriend, Jake S., okay? Jake Speariger or something, whatever his name is. Now, I hope you guys are taking this in. You can come back and watch it again over and over again. You're going to need to. Now, so he's rubbing up against her, okay? Jack Showalter is watching them. So he walks away. Now, here comes Jack Showalter. Now he's standing next to the girls on that side where the food truck is, where they're going to get their food, okay? Now, Madison and Kaylee are standing there, and they're both interacting, you know, and Jack, he's watching them like a hawk. Now, you're going to ask, how did my friend Joe Videt get into the situation? We'll get to that. But first, we have to get to something else. So while the number 9 shirt hoodie guy was standing there, I watched everybody in the crowd. Everybody was doing their own thing, okay? Nobody else is involved in this. There's only a couple of people that interacted with the girls at the foodie truck, okay? The foodie truck. So there was another guy that was wearing a black tank top. Do you remember that? In the ice cold like that, he's wearing a tank top. Now, as he was walking away, Jack Showalter went like this to him because they made a crack on him. Like, how can you be wearing, you know, Joe told me. We were joking. How can you be wearing, you know, not wearing anything? It's freezing out there. So Jack Showalter went like this. That's nothing bad. All he was doing was praising him because, damn, man, you know, you can be out here in the cold like that and I'm freezing and I got my hoodie on. Jack Showalter had his hands in his pockets. He had no knife in there. I'm going to tell you right now. He was cold. He was cold. He was keeping his hands in there. A killer will never be seen in public. Remember that. The killers hide. They don't. That's what we're going to get to in a minute, but we got to finish this up. So you got the guy with the tank top, and Jack did this to him. Now, at that point, that's when Jack and Joe, Jack Showalter and Joe, the guy with the brown hat, my friend, and the brown jacket, a little heavyset, good guy. That's when they started conversating because Jack went like this and he found it funny. Well, we're all outside, we're associating, we're at a food truck, we meet people. That's what you do. You meet people, you interact, you associate. Just because you interact and associate with people doesn't mean that you're a killer. So please get that out of your mind, all right? The guy's got a daughter. He's got a good heart. I don't think he would be on TikTok if he killed somebody, okay? He would be long fucking gone. Now, he might know something that he cannot tell you because he did go to the cops. He gave his DNA. He did whatever he had to do, okay? But he might have information that he told them that he can't tell you. So you can't knock the guy down. The guy's got to protect his life and his daughter. Remember that. He's got a young child that's sick with RSV right now, okay? He's got a young daughter. Leave the guy alone, man. He's not really doing anything bad. You got to understand, he don't want to talk about the case because he doesn't know what else to say about it, okay? And I'm in pretty close contact. You know, yesterday he said I was a great guy. He said, you know, me and Sarah were talking. That's the guys I went live with. You've seen the video on TikTok. You're a great guy, man, and you got a good heart. Because I have a good heart because I'm looking at people that died. And I'm feeling for them now because I see what's going on behind the scenes, all right? So let's get back to the food truck hoodie. So at that point, those two are associating, okay? But right before that, well, actually during that, you'll see Madison with her phone like this, and she's taking pictures, okay? Taking pictures of him, Jack, because Jack was watching him, okay? Well, watching her and Madison. She's taking pictures. There was one point where she was on her phone and texting, and you'll see Jack S. try to look over at her phone, and she kind of like went like this. Then she got next to Kaylee, and she went like this. She was shrugging her head going, this guy behind me, you know? Now, I want to get into Joe real quick. The guy with the brown hat, remember, he's on my feed. He follows me. I follow him. Now, Joe is a musician. He's a production musician. He works for a living as a producer. That's what he does. He got a recording studio. Joe graduated from the college already, okay? Joe has an apartment out there. He lives there. So let's get Joe straight, okay? Now, inside of the corner club, there was an argument or some kind of incident, but not a really big one. My understanding is the girl in the pink, Kaylee, bumped into and rubbed up against Joe Vidat, all right? Rubbed up against him, and Joe didn't like that. He turned around and said, ew. And people looked at him strange. And that's all he said. And, you know, she walked away. He claimed she was really, really drunk and stumbling. The owner of the bar claims that she was not drunk and stumbling because she did not drink too much. And by the time you got to the food truck at the end of the night, you know, if you could walk to the food truck and get there, you're not drunk and stumbling. Okay, whatever. I'm not saying anything bad there. You know, maybe because the bar was crowded. When a bar is crowded like that, I go to New York City clubs. Okay, you're impacted. People are rubbing up against you. It doesn't matter. People are touching your ass as you're walking by and all that shit. The new info will come soon. Okay, Brian? I have to do it this way because you have to understand who each character is in this crime, in this case, okay? If you don't, if I miss somebody and we go talk about other things, then you're going to go, who's that? That means now I got to go back and talk about who that character is. I'm not doing that. I do things correctly. If you don't got time to wait, then that's not me. I'm going to do it right, not wrong. I'm putting you through, I don't know the exact times, but I'm putting you through a timeline of what happened, okay? Of what happened. So you have a better understanding. This way, you watch this video, you could go on TikTok and say, look, I watched this guy. You need to watch this. But I want you guys to take the video and do it yourselves with it, okay? If you want, you know, I don't care, you know, following and all that is important to a case like this because only if you're not out there doing it for the wrong reason. There's the wrong reasons, the right reasons. Remember that. The right reasons is trying to do what I'm doing, is finding a killer. Because honestly, I don't need TikTok. They can go fuck themselves. I got plenty of fans. You could listen. My YouTube, I got 7 channels. Okay, I use 3 right now. One of my channels has 300,000 subscribers. Okay, paid. This is from back then. I just reopened that one up. All right. The YouTube that this is going on, I literally have a total views, 18 million views on that channel, 2,900 subscribers. Okay, that channel was on the Daily Mail, on Reddit, on all kinds of stuff for some of the feed that I have in there. And I still have, you know, like companies coming to me wanting to put the stuff on TV. Okay, I got 6 different contracts right now for my videos on there that are going to be aired on all kinds of crime shows and things like that. All right. And I'll show you guys the emails. I will post the emails and let you see that I have crime shows wanting my footage on their networks. Okay, I've signed contracts. I get paid for doing that stuff. I made a video. They love it. They said, wow, you really called it there. Petito case they want to put up. All right. Other things I did they want to put up. Now, we got to get back to the scene of the truck. So now we're at where she was taking the pictures. Then she walks over here and she's sending it to somebody. Who do you think she was sending it to? Kaylee. Who do you think she sent it to? Who do you guys think that she sent that text to with the picture of Jack Showalter and Joe? You want me to tell you? I'll tell you. She sent it to Jack Decor because she knew that they were friends and she wants to know what the hell is this guy doing out here and watching me and my girlfriend. You're my ex. You have no right to have anybody fucking out here watching me without my permission, okay? And he don't. Did they ask for somebody to come and watch them? Oh, we need protection, okay? No, they didn't ask anybody to come and watch anybody. That's your ex, okay? You have no right to send everybody, Jack Decor, yes, Jack D, you have no right to send anybody to watch your girl or your ex-girl and her friend and lie to the guy and tell him that she had a stalker and they're worried. That's a crock of shit. The guy that you saw at the store today, he's a liar. That kid with the glasses, he just wants to get fame because you're going to come out a month later and say, oh, they were in the store and we had this conversation. No, let me see the videotapes of when they went in the fucking store because you have to save that shit. I want to see the footage of those girls actually in that store. And you know they got voice cameras in those stores. I want to see the footage and I want to hear them saying that to you, that they had a stalker. Why would they go in the store and tell you when they've only been in there 6 times, hardly know you, okay? Why would they tell you that they got a stalker? Who the fuck are you? Okay? That's my question. This guy, he came out of nowhere. A month later after the case, when they told you, now they're telling you, oh, we had this footage in the beginning. No, you didn't. People in the store said they never came in and got any footage. They never asked for anything. Even the corner club said they just recently asked for that footage. So they're lying to you. The cops are lying. The ex-boyfriend, Jack D is the ex-boyfriend, okay? Now, you can go back if you just came in and you can watch it, but I'm not going through that again because I'm on a schedule here. So now, imagine, just to put yourself in those girls' shoes, okay? You have an ex-boyfriend that decided he wants to get his friend Jack Showalter to come and watch you, okay? Stalking. That's called stalking, all right? When you're watching somebody. He could have gone to jail for that shit. He was already put out of the bar for making them feel uncomfortable. Now you should have got the drift right there and just left it alone and called Jack D and said, sorry, I don't need to get in trouble for this shit, all right? So now, remember, the food truck's on video. A killer will never be seen on camera before he goes and commits a crime. Remember that, okay? Never. Especially watching two girls and stalking them, all right? You think he's going to go kill him after that, after he'd been seen and he talked to Joe? He told Joe he was there protecting the girls. Joe found him honest and sincere and a good guy. He didn't find nothing bad about the guy. He don't know him that well. Okay, now, we're getting to the end of this. Now, the girls got their food while Jack Showalter and Joe were interacting. Jack wasn't paying attention. He was talking to Joe, okay? The girls took off this way. They went like this. And then Jack Showalter standing there and Joe goes, hey, they're leaving. Ain't you going to go and watch them? And that's when Jack Showalter went like this. The girls went this way, okay? So they're over here by the car. Jack Showalter kind of went like this. He looked. He saw the car picking them up, okay? And he walked the other way really quick, and he went around the corner, probably going to his car, okay? Now, Joe told me this. I asked him a really serious question. I said, Joe, who was in that car? What kind of car was it? He goes, well, Paul, look, honestly, it was late, bro, dark out. You know, there's lights in the streets, but I was getting my food. I was worried about getting my mac and cheese, bro. You know, I was hungry. I said, I know the feeling. He said it was a 4-door sedan, a dark vehicle, okay, that picked them up. Now, that vehicle was a private company that picked them up to take the girls home. Now, that I did confirm, all right? But Joe said what he remembered is the person got out and said, hey, hey, to the girls, and they were like, hey, come on, let's go. Okay, so now the girls are in this dark-colored car, 4-door sedan, that's going to take them home. So they did not walk home. Okay, they did not walk home. So the detective, he did bring that up if they were to walk home, but they didn't walk home because he hasn't spoke to Joe yet. They didn't walk home, so he got that wrong. Okay, I really did research. I got it all correct. Now, Jack Showalter went that way. The girls went that way. To me, Jack Showalter was done with his job. Okay, he did what he had to do. He went home. Now, why would the guy drive 5.5 hours to a cabin in Boise is beyond me at that time of night, okay? When he had an apartment right next door to the house. His apartment is next door to the murder house, and so is Jack Jacor. They both live in the same building, all right? Well, he gave his alibi and said he went to his parents' cabin 5.5 hours away to Boise, Idaho, okay? Now, we're done with Jack Showalter for now. You understand everything I explained to you about him, his character, what he's done, what made him do that, why he's in that apartment, what happened to him with the frat house. He got kicked out, okay? Now, let's get to Jack. Let's get to when they got home, okay? Now we're going to get deep into the case. This is where, you know, it's going to get a little crazy because now I'm going to start talking some serious shit here. All right, so now, who's at the house right now? Now we heard that Ethan and Xana was at the frat house, okay? There was a timeline that they don't know what happened. That's a little strange. But I heard that from another source, okay, that also messaged me, and his page is gone. I did screenshot the message, though. He said not Jack, but Ethan and Xana were hanging out inside the, place, and there was a family member that was there. They're hanging out with Ethan, okay? Some family member, I don't know which family member of who, but now check this out, okay? Let me retract because my wife just distracted me showing me something. You can't do that when I'm in the case. I'm sorry because I'm like deep in this. It takes my focus away. All right, so we're getting to the house part of who was in the house that night, all right? Now, Ethan and Xana evidently went home at 1:45, okay? Now, we have to do the questionnaire of what happened at the frat house that night. I got word that there was an argument about drugs with Ethan and somebody else, okay? They argued about drugs. I don't know the whole conversation, but I do know that there were people angry at Ethan, okay? So let me explain to you who Ethan is, okay? Because I studied him as well. I spoke to Ethan, people in Ethan's town where he's from, okay? Because somebody went up there and put a heartfelt thing up there, you know what I mean? You know, they were preparing a memorial for him. So I contacted this person. I said, listen, really, I want you to tell me your honest to God truth. What kind of person was Ethan? He said Ethan was a beautiful hearted person. He loved, he respected his family, he respected his friends. He took his shirt off his back for anybody, okay? He really, really loved and cared about his girlfriend, Xana. The guy was on Messenger with me on the phone crying, okay? Crying his fucking eyes out. This is one of his best friends, all right? That was setting up the memorial for him. I'm sure you've seen the video I posted. He told me where to go to get the video. I posted it up, all right? That's what I got on him. A good kid. Wouldn't hurt anybody. Didn't have a bad bone in his body. And when you look at Ethan's pictures and you go and you research the Ethan and his girlfriend, they look pretty close. But now, you always got to think that there's a possibility being in that college. Somebody gets drunk. One thing leads to one thing to the next thing they're in bed. I also got word that Ethan had slept with one of the victims, okay? The girls. And it's not Xana. But I don't think that was a play of a part in this case because Ethan wasn't supposed to be in the house that night. Ethan and Xana were not supposed to die, okay? They weren't the target, and neither was Madison, okay? So I just want you to understand that. Now, remember what I've been telling you. So I don't know too much of what happened in the frat house because there's no videotaping, okay? But an anonymous person came out on Dr. Phil, didn't want her name mentioned, a blonde girl, and she said that a friend of hers told her that there was an argument and a big fight inside there with Ethan and some other people, okay? So I want to explain something to you. Do you remember when Brian Enton went and interviewed the president of the frat house? They were outside and he interviewed him. The president of the frat house came out and said this. Well, Xana and I were very, very close. They were close before Ethan came into the picture. Before Ethan came into the picture. That shows me a sign of jealousy. You're angry. Why would you bring that up when that has nothing pertaining to the case? It doesn't pertain to it. We're talking about 4 victims. He's asking you, do you know anything that could have happened? He's not asking you, you're jealous about Xana being with Ethan because he was sleeping with Xana. That's why. Xana didn't want to be with him like that. It wasn't her type of man. She met Ethan, she fell in love with Ethan, and she ended up with Ethan, okay? So he lost his piece of ass, okay? So let's just put it like that. But still, to me, why would you bring that up? This is not about you, dude. This is nothing. He made it about himself. He let Brian know that he's about himself. And it's all about me, the way I'm feeling. Fuck everybody else. Fuck the victims. It's not about them. It's about him. Because Ethan stole his piece of ass, okay? Now, that being said, I want you guys to put this all together because there are multiple people involved in this, okay? It's not just who I'm telling you. That's why I'm explaining it directly to you. From my understanding, I spoke to somebody in Xana's family, okay? Very close to her. And I watched that dad, man. He cried. And I really feel bad for that man. I'll tell you. My heart goes out to that man, all right? Because he's just like so calm and, he's feeling it. He's trying to hold his everything in and not break out and cry in front of everybody. Because I'm sure that man's bawling his fucking brains out every single day with their parents, with everybody, bawling their brains out about this. You better believe that they're hurting. And this has traumatized their lives. Remember that. They lost their kids. Their kids, it's everything to them. Think about your children. What do your children mean to you? They're everything. Your life, okay? When a mother gives birth, the child dies. Some mothers kill themselves, okay? Your children mean everything. They are your future. You're supposed to be making an example for the kids. They're supposed to look up to you, not down at you. Now, I told you about Ethan. Ethan was not supposed to be at the house that night, okay? At all. Not a lot of people knew that Kaylee was going to be there. They took pictures, but I looked at those pictures, and there wasn't a lot of people that really commented, okay? Maybe people didn't even look at it. You know, maybe people at the frat didn't even realize it, but only a few people knew that she was coming. But there are people at the frat house that also knew. Now, you have to question the case. You got to go, why would these murders happen on the night that Kaylee decided to come back to the college? And she's moving out the next day. All of a sudden, 4 people are dead the night that Kaylee comes back. Kaylee was the target. Madison wasn't the target. Xana wasn't the target, and neither was Ethan. Neither were the 2 girls downstairs. So it's very possible they did not know about this. And it's very possible they called their friends out of fright because they didn't know what to do. Oh my God, if we call the cops, they might think we did this. You have to understand how they were feeling at that moment. Because remember, if it was guys in the house and not girls, and we woke up and seen something like that and called the cops, what do you think is going to happen? They're taking you in. It doesn't matter. You're going to be interrogated. It don't matter what you say because you're a man. Okay? But they're also thinking in a woman, well, God, they're going to think we played a part. And they're not even saying anything. And people still think they did it. So you got to understand how they feel. You put yourself in their shoes. Imagine all these people blaming you for being involved. Okay? Then you got to understand why they're not coming out and talking, because they're afraid to talk. They're afraid to be bullied and bashed, and nobody's going to listen to them. Okay? You got to give them the chance to speak and tell you what happened. Did anybody ever bother to go look up the 2 roommates, what they wrote about Kaylee, Madison, Xana, and Ethan? Did you ever bother to go and look at the memorial and the things that they wrote online about them? I bet you nobody even knows about that. Well, I do. And I'll tell you what, I cried when I read it, because at that point I said, wow. I said, you know what? These girls really cared about these people. No matter if they got, people argue. Remember that. People have disagreements. You live in a house with people, you're going to disagree. You disagree with your husband. You disagree with your wife. You might disagree with your kids. But that doesn't make them a killer because you have disagreements, okay? It doesn't make you it doesn't do that. You have to stop doing that, okay? Stop putting the blame. You can speculate, but you can't say he did it. I can't say he did it, but I can tell you how I feel about it, and I can speculate on what I see in this case. You know, I can speculate and tell you the way it looks. The girl comes home. Only a few people know she's coming home. Just broke up with your boyfriend. You got the dog. Okay? Now, let's get to the murder scene of the night of the scene. We weren't there, so we can't tell what exactly happened. We can speculate and determine and come up to the closest, terminology of what really happened in that house, the closest clue, because nobody is ever going to know. Only the killer will know that. You know that. And the people that passed away. Now, they got home at 1:45, as we were told, Ethan and Xana. So what did they do? They went in their rooms, right? Nobody else is home. They probably checked to see if, well, I'm sure they were texting each other. Yeah, I'm coming home. We'll be home soon, Xana, Madison. And you got to think about that. I'm sure they text them and let them know they're coming home. Okay. So now those 2 are home. And you better believe it that they were probably having sex. All right. Because the spirit box did call out something, and somebody else also said something, but we're not going there. That's none of our business what they were doing in the privacy of their room. Okay. The 2 girls, they were downstairs sleeping. But at 2:30, they went and sent pictures on Instagram and other pages. So they weren't sleeping, okay? They got the 2 front rooms. Remember, when cars pull up, you see the bright lights when the cars pull up, okay? They got to be able to see and hear things. They know when they were pulling in. They know when they got home, all right? I didn't really take anything from the spirit box. I'm telling you I will tell you what the spirit box said and what I went on. Yes, I did research some of the stuff from the spirit box, and there's two things that were off, but everything else was on. I mean, yeah, it's pretty serious. Okay. Hi, this is really stressful, this case. All right, so now Ethan and Xavier are home. The two girls are downstairs in their home. Madison and Kaylee are on their way home now. Now, I understood that they got home about 1:54 a.m. Okay? So they say the murders took place about 3 o'clock, 3:30. It could be correct. The coroner didn't say that. She didn't say anything because I don't think she's experienced enough. They need to send the bodies to somebody else, but it's too late because they already cremated the bodies, so you can't send them anywhere. At least I didn't hear it come out of the coroner's mouth. I heard the cops tell us, oh, they died between 3 o'clock and 3:30 and 3 or 4 and 4 4. You know, they're going by what times the calls were made. Let me see what Brian asked real quick. Let me go over here. I know nothing new yet, but we're getting there. You know, listen, if you don't want to stay around, then don't stay around. And then you can go and listen to what everybody else is telling you and get all the wrong shit. And good luck. Good luck, because in the end, if they do catch him, then you're going to come back and go, wow, I'm telling you, mark my words. Now, they're inside the house, right? Everybody's asleep now, evidently. Okay? So the girls get home. Okay, they get home. What's the first thing you do when you get home? Kaylee's looking for her dog. Murphy, Murphy, where are you? The dog doesn't bark, right? Okay. Where's Murphy at? She didn't find her dog, did she? What does she do? She texts Jack Decor. Jack, I'm just saying, I'm speculating on what she would write. Jack, where is Murphy? Did you come and get him? Because I can't find him. Jack didn't respond back, okay? At all. No response. Now, there was 2 cinder blocks outside of the spare bedroom window and a broken screen. The cops say that the killer got in through the glass sliding door, but that's impossible because I spoke to a family member of Xavier, and not the father, but the family member said, no, the dad went up there recently before the murders and he fixed all the locks, including the doors, that sliding doors. He made sure that they locked. He made sure the windows were locked, okay? Now, maybe he didn't go in the spare bedroom because nobody really goes in there, you know? And he didn't check if the windows were locked. Now, remember, the person could have gone into the house before he changed the locks and opened that window and left it open, okay? The cinder blocks were right by that window. What the hell? Those cinder blocks have no affiliation with being in front of that window, okay? At all. We'll get to the cremated source in a minute, okay? Right now, we can't get there. We're discussing where you want to hear what's new in the case, okay? I can't get there if you keep stopping me and asking me, you know. All right. My dog keeps barking, but she never barks. I don't know what's wrong with her. A lot of energy going on. Now, the girls get home. So they probably got home, and, you know, normally women, when they get home, they go in the bathroom, they wash up, you know. They might get something to drink. They got something to eat. You don't know. Or they got their food. Now, remember, the girls got their food at the food truck, meaning that, guess what? Where did they eat their food? I don't think they went to their rooms and ate because they had a nice kitchen. So the kitchen's on the 2nd floor. Their room's on the 3rd floor. That means they had to sit down and eat their food. So that's where all those bags came from. They did eat. The Jack in the Box, we'll get to that later. I did find out about that, by the way. And that is new information for you. And I also have information about the murder weapon as well, and the clothing and other things. But I'm not getting to that yet. I have to explain it in order because other people are going to be watching my feed.
Patience, guys. Sorry.
Please. Other people are going to be watching this feed. Professional people, detectives. And when I speak, I make sure everything's accordingly, the way it goes. This way I don't start in the middle of the case like they did. Oh, they were started at the food truck. That's where I thought it started. I didn't know nothing about the corner club. So I'm not going to, you know, steer people in the wrong direction and make them sit there and thinking, oh, wait, what, but I didn't hear about that. You didn't bring that up. Yes, I did. Now I did. Oh, okay. So now they're eating their food. They're inside the house. We got the spare bedroom. Murphy was in the spare bedroom, And whoever came up with the idea that Murphy was with the girls downstairs, why would Murphy be in one of the girls' room downstairs? Can somebody tell me that? Because that's a crock of shit that Joseph Morris came out again and lied and told people, the same guy that did the video of the girl screaming, "Stop, leave me alone." Bullshit. He put that out there. Okay, he's put a lot out there. I'm going to show you guys what he's dropped out there. You're not going to believe the lies you've been told. Okay, lies. That guy's a nobody. He's a fucking freak. Okay, a freak of nature to do what he did. And I'm coming for you, Joseph. You better believe that. Legally, buddy, legally. All right. So now they're eating their food, and the detective, Krista Hardy, brought up a very valid point, okay? He goes, he believes that the killer went in through the spare bedroom window, and I believe the same thing, because the sliding glass doors were locked, okay? Everything's locked. You would have to backtrack and go, who left that sliding glass door open when the dad just fixed the locks? So that would be another issue if somebody left it open for him, okay? But I doubt that. Nobody left anything open. He went in through the spare bedroom. He left his phone home, okay? So they couldn't ping it. Understand? Because if the phone is in your, wherever you are, they can ping that phone. The feds can do a lot of shit, okay? They can ping that motherfucker. They can find out everything. Remember Google Voice, okay? That's another thing we're going to get into, which is very critical to this case, okay? But we're going to stay on point. We're going to keep it going so you understand every bit and cranny about every single thing. You understand the characters now. I explained each one to you, all right? Now, so the girls are eating their food, you know, talking, they're giggling. Everybody else in the house, you know, the two girls are sleeping. How do you know that Xana and Ethan weren't downstairs with the girls on the second floor and interacting and eating? Because remember, their room is on the second floor where the kitchen and the bathroom is, okay? Ethan and Xana are right there. So they had to heard Maddie and Kaylee being in the house, okay? Get rid of your birds and read the comments, Paul. I am reading the comments. I can read all the comments, all right? But I have to stay on point so you understand. And then I'm going to stop and you guys can ask me any question you want and I'll answer to the best of my knowledge. But I'm not going to tell you things that are untruthful, and I'm not telling you things that I don't know about, okay? I'm not God. I can't tell you everything. I can tell you what I've learned and what I've researched and what I know for facts from reliable sources, not from the cops, not from, you know, bullshit people, not from TikTok, not from the fucking bullshit media, spewing all their bullshit out there, constantly changing around, you know, putting people's minds here, there. They manipulate you guys so fucking bad, and you feed into it. You get sucked up like they're vampires, and they love doing this. They're going, "Oh, look what we did. Oh, look how many hits we got. Look at that shit, man." Okay? Nah. No. I heard a dog say that also. Interesting. Okay, now, so you have to put this like this. So what if they're all eating together? Now the killer's in the spare bedroom with the dog, hanging out in the spare bedroom waiting, okay? The spare bedroom was on the second floor, okay, guys? The same floor as the kitchen, the same floor as Ethan and Xana's room. Remember that, okay? The dog doesn't bark. Well, the dog wouldn't bark if it had somebody that it knew. Remember that. Oh, my baby, it's not going to bark when he knows the person. Okay? Now, so he's in the room and he's waiting. He's patiently waiting. So Ethan and Xana decide they're going to go back in their room and they're going to do their thing. Okay? Madison and Kaylee now. You know, they're doing their thing. They, you know, blah, blah, blah. Now, how do you know that he didn't come out of the room and say, "Hey, what's up? Surprise, I'm here"? You don't know. Okay? Remember. So that's why I don't think that Xana and Ethan were awake at that time. I think they were in their room. I don't think they hung out with them. Okay? No, not at all. We'll get into that, Patty. Okay? I promise. We will definitely get in. I will keep that question right here in mind. I will answer all your questions. Trust me, I'm not against you guys. I just got to get to the point, because in order for you to understand this case and see it from my point of view of what I'm seeing, and many other people, family members, friends of theirs, are seeing it, because I explained this to them on the phone. Well, to the people I talk to on the phone, okay? And they said, wow, you know, I never thought of things that way. I said, but you have to think of things in every way. Every scenario is possible, okay? Now, so let's just, Ethan and Xana, the two girls downstairs, they're fast asleep, okay? They were drunk, whatever. Just think, just put that aside right now. Maddie and Kaylee are in the kitchen eating, okay? So let's say Jack kept the dog, well, not Jack, but whoever. They left the dog in the spare bedroom, okay? And they came out and said, surprise, hey! And Kaylee and Matt said, oh, shit, what are you doing here? Oh, I'm hanging out, you know, just chilling. Where's the dog? Oh, I put him in the spare bedroom, you know, because he was barking, whatever, blah, 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 okay? So maybe he let the dog out at that time into the house. Remember, the murders happened in the room, not in the kitchen, okay? So maybe he let the dog out for a little bit. And now I want you to think about this. So Kaylee and Madison, they're going upstairs and he's hanging out for, hey, come upstairs, you know, let's hang out. They get into the room, okay? Now remember, they're two girls. You got a big guy, okay? Two girls. Now, how do you know that he didn't stab them right there? You know what I mean? And then hit the other one real quick. How do you know he didn't have two knives and did it like this? You don't know shit, okay? I'm just putting this in one scenario. I'm going to go to a second scenario, okay? There's two scenarios that I see here. What I'm explaining to you right now. So that's how I see it could have happened. Now, he stabbed them to death, laid him, because he's a very strong guy. He picked him up. I can't tell you. I'm not saying the name, okay? But have you been listening to what I've been saying? Okay, let me put it like this. Two people shared a dog, okay? Only one person would be able to keep that dog from barking if that person was in the spare room with the dog, okay? I'm going to sing it real quick. Hey, you guys like Jack Daniels, guy? You guys like Jack Daniels? You guys drink Jack? You know, back in the day, I used to drink, man. I'm sober 20 years. I used to drink a lot of Jack Daniels. And once I had Jack Daniels in a spare bedroom with a dog. You know what I'm saying? Do you get me? Hello? Okay? Enough. Now, so that person's in the room stabbing them to death, okay? That's on the third floor now. Now, Ethan here screaming, ah! You better believe they were screaming, getting stabbed. I don't give a fuck where they were stabbed. Even they weren't sliced by the throat, the chest and liver, okay? They were screaming. You better believe that. I don't care what anybody tells you. These are facts. I got doctors in my family. I have people that are surgeons. And my uncle told me, Paul, if they got stabbed, they are screaming. You better believe, and they're fighting back. It doesn't matter. Somebody gets stabbed, it's automatic. You're going to scream in pain, okay? Meaning that Ethan and Xana being on the second floor. Here's the third floor. Here's Ethan and Xana's room right there, and it echoes through those rooms. The other girls are downstairs in the basement sleeping, okay? I don't think they were asleep. Hell no. No way. No, I don't. It was not done that way. Or maybe, but we'll get to that next, okay? Let me get done with this. Now, he stabbed them to death in the room. Ethan and Xana, well, Ethan heard it. All of a sudden, Ethan's opening his door. Hey, is everything all right up there? The killer runs down the stairs, okay? While Ethan's saying, and Ethan's probably, oh, what are you doing here, man? Oh, everything, what are you doing? Runs up to him while he's standing in the doorway, stabs him to death, okay? Stabs him enough to where he falls down, because that's where they found Ethan, in the doorway of Xana's room. They found him laying there, okay? Gets done with Ethan. He runs into Xana's room. He stabs her to death. Your job is done now, okay? Now, why is there no blood all over the place? Well, I can guarantee you that the trip from their room to Ethan's room definitely trailed blood all the way down the stairs, because I heard that there was blood all the way down the stairs. They said it was a mess. So that means it was definitely on his shoes. His DNA definitely got all through that area. Now, when you're checking DNA, you don't look through the whole house for DNA like these idiots are telling you. No, if there's a blood trail, now say you're coming down a flight of stairs, right? And you're going into the next room to kill somebody. You can test that bloodline that runs from there all the way down there. And whoever's fucking DNA is in that blood is your fucking killer. How hard is it for these idiots out there? You know why? Because they're a small fucking town. They have no experience or knowledge. The coroner said, I've never seen anything like this. You know what I said? I wrote on a page, really? I said, come to New York. I said, you know what? They find fucking heads in a body bag and fucking heads in your garbage can, arms, legs, stabbed to death. Okay, this is nothing new. But it's not her fault because she never had to deal with anything like that, okay? She's in a small town. She never seen anything like this, meaning the cops never seen anything like this, okay? So why should they be in charge of a case? They fucked everything up. They contaminated everything in that house, those cops, okay? They're idiots. They should have bowed down and said, you know what? This is not a job for us. We need to bring the feds in. Guys, please take over this case and find this killer. That's what they should have did. Instead of being fucking egotistical with their fucking pride and going, oh, I'm going to find the killer. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You understand what I'm saying? All right, now, I don't really care what anybody's saying. I'm telling you the whole story from start to where we are now, okay? Now, so they're all dead now. Now, everybody's wondering, why wasn't there no trail of blood outside? You know, and how can the killer just get away? You know, all they saw was a white car. That couldn't be a car from anywhere, okay? I'm going to say this. I don't believe there was a white car. But I do believe there was a white car watching, okay? Watching so he can get away doing whatever he was doing because, trust me, I still believe that there were other people involved, okay? Maybe. Don't quote me, but there had to be because too much activity went on that night, all right? But we're not there yet. Now, so they're dead now. Now, a lot of people speculate that the two girls might have helped them. How I can speculate it, if they are involved, they didn't do the killings, okay? They didn't hold nobody down. They assisted the killer in cleaning up. But what was there to clean up when the house was left like it was, with blood everywhere? There was nothing to clean up. And there would be nobody to have to help the killer himself clean up, especially having a hunting experience background, okay? Now, real quick, the dog that was skinned up the road, the neighbor's dog, was skinned completely. His head was there, okay? His paws, but the coat was missing. The killer took the coat, you know, when he skinned his coat off. The killer kept that, all right? That might have been the first well, that might have been a test to see how he would feel of killing something, all right? And doing what he did. Maybe. We'll come back to that later. So now the killer's done doing what he's doing. Now, you have to think about things in this way. The killer knew that no one was going to come home to that house that night. He didn't know that Ethan was going to be there. That was a surprise. He had no clue. He thought that Kaylee was going to be in her room. But see, he knew she wasn't because he was already in the house when they got home. He was in the spare bedroom listening to everything they were saying. Oh, Kaylee, yeah, you're going to stay in my room tonight, you know, because I know you got all your stuff all packed up, so come stay with me. At that point, he's sitting there going, oh, shit. It's too late now. It's too late. You can't walk away from this now, okay? You can't walk away. Now, it is very possible that he killed Xana and Ethan first. That's possible. But if he did that, then Madison and Kaylee would have seen Ethan's body laying by the door. And they would have automatically called the fucking cops from that point if they saw that. You know that. Which means they did not kill Ethan and Xana first. He killed the two girls first, okay? So wash that away. Whatever the cops told you, they're fucking stupid, seriously. Because they don't think about things the way I think of them, okay? There's no way that could have happened. The two girls died first. And it goes how I'm telling you. They were screaming in pain and yelling from being stabbed. Ethan started yelling from his door up the stairs. Are you right, girls? You all right? He ran downstairs. Or maybe there was another person with him and held Ethan while he stabbed him, okay? That's very possible that there was two people involved. But at this point, I really doubt it. I think it was just him, okay, in the house. All right? So, now that being said, how did the killer clean up? Well, it's very simple. It's not hard. The killer could have backtracked from the girl's room all the way to Ethan's room and just scrubbed his footprints away and smeared the blood all the way and just washed the blood away to make it look like, just to see that who the hell did this, the ghost, all right? The reason why the killer would take his time because he know nobody was coming back to the house that night. The house is shut down. They think everybody's sleeping. It's pitch dark out. Everybody's going home. All the doors are locked, and his way out is right through the spare bedroom, out the door, okay? Now, everybody asks, why was the dog put in the spare room? It was put in the spare room again. See, I'm sure the dog never came out of the spare room because I think that how it happened was, I do think they were laying in bed, okay? But see, that's what I'm saying. The door was locked, so he didn't know the new codes to the door because the dad fixed that. There was no way that he could get in there. But what he could have done is he could have acted like Ethan and went up the stairs after they closed the door and knocked. And then they answer the door. He goes in and he stabs them to death. Okay, that's how I see it. He lays them in the bed and makes, he picked them up, put them in the bed, didn't leave them on the floor. He wanted to, form some kind of crime scene because he watched other murders that already happened of people dying in the bed and getting stabbed to death in the bed. He might have picked them up and put them in the bed. It's possible that they were laying in the bed. But how would he get in the room if the door was locked? Unless the girls were drunk. But if you have a code on your door, when you open it and you close the door, it automatically locks. But the locks were changed, and I heard the code doors were taken off. So it's possible the girls were drunk and thinking, oh, nobody's here, or I'm going to go and take a shower or something. You don't know. And went in the room and left the door unlocked by accident. Or did the killer have a key to that door? All right, guys, I got to plug my phone in. Give me 1 minute. Hold that thought. Leave some comments. I'll answer some comments up until this point if you want, but we really need to get into the next level of this because that's where, I have to explain to you something that's going to, this is really serious shit. So give me 1 minute. Can you talk to me? Go ahead. But I also want to ask you a question of, when you go and watch other people doing a live, and you sit there answering them questions, you know what the people that you sit there and watch their live, when you ask a question, you know what they tell you? Oh, hit the like button. Hit the like button. Okay, send me a gift. Send me a gift. Cash at me and I'll tell you. I'm not like that, guys. I'm a different person than that. That's why I like StreamYard, because I don't have to deal with the fucking bullshit gifts that we get nothing out of anyway, okay? The likes don't mean nothing to me. What does it mean? What does it do for you? It don't do nothing, okay? It puts you in a whole world of fucking trouble and a bunch of haters. I only made TikTok so I could do my music, guys, and to show my artwork. That's why I did it. But guess what? If people want to watch me and they want to hear what I got to say, you have to come here. You're going to have to subscribe. That's it, because the next part 2 tomorrow, I'm not talking about that unless I know who's in my chat room. I'm not telling anybody anything. I don't want that going back out there. But it's going to be on YouTube Live either way. And that's fine. And you can share it from that point. You can share it wherever you want. But this is my theory of what happened, okay? And this is what I believe. I mean, it's the only thing I could really see. I tried placing everything, okay? I don't know what's wrong with this charger and her phone. It's not working, so. All right, there it goes. All right, guys, I'm still here. So now, let me see. All right, part 2 will be tomorrow. No, we'll talk about the attic tonight. I promise you that, Brian, okay? We are definitely getting to that. So now I want you guys to rewind back a little bit from earlier. That's why I told you got to listen to everything, because if you miss it, then you won't know what the hell I'm talking about. I told you earlier that two people live directly next door to the house, okay? Two people. Here's the apartment building. Here's the house. You can literally walk up like this, walk down right into the spare bedroom window. Nobody would see you because it's pitch dark. There's no cameras. There's no lights. And don't believe the cops telling you that all of a sudden there's fucking cameras on the apartment building, because the detectives went up there, Chris DeHardy, and he did a whole walkthrough showing you. Weeks before weeks after, well, not maybe a week after the killing happened, he showed you there is no cameras or lights anywhere over there. So there's one thing you really just keep that in your mind. Cops are telling you there's cameras. All of a sudden, there were no cameras over there. None. Okay? Just listen closely to what I have to say. All right? And trust me, when I'm done, you'll find the way. And you'll understand, because you'll piece it. You can watch this video over and over again. Write it down. Write your own speculations. Maybe I got something off, Maybe you have something that I missed. That's why we're here working together. We are a team of people. We're going to build our own crime team, okay? And we'll keep our own crime team where people ain't going to fuck with us. Remember, the more of us, the less of them. Just remember that. The more of God's people, the better off we are. Because if you pray, you'll find the answers. I prayed. I prayed on each thing that I'm telling you, because I need to know that I'm not coming out here and putting somebody in the wrong direction. I'm only saying it the way I see it. A girl comes home. She hasn't been to college for a long time now. She's graduating next week. She's going to move out the next day. Kylie was the target. You understand that? Because why didn't this happen any night before Kaylee came up? The night she comes up, everybody's dead the next day, because Kaylee was the target. Kaylee was not supposed to be in Madison's room. The killer thought he was going to be in her own room. He had no clue that her bed was already all packed up, all right? Because he didn't go and look. The door was locked when they left the house. Remember that. He couldn't go in those rooms. But the spare bedroom wouldn't be locked. It would be open because he went into the back door. So he would be able to open the spare bedroom from inside and get out. Think. Use your brains. You got to think. All right? Now, how did the killer leave the house without leaving a trace of blood or anything? Well, he thought out this plan very well. Now we got to get into that. This plan was premeditated. The killer rehearsed this over and over again. He didn't live far away. He was right there, okay? Meaning that he knew that entire area. He's walked that area. He's walked it in the ice. He's walked it in the snow, in the rain, in the sunshine, okay? He knows the woods. He knows the parking lot behind the house. He knows the parking lot on the side of the house. Like the detective said, the killer knew everything about this area, every bit and cranny, okay? And he says the same thing that I've been saying. The killer is very close by. There is no car. The killer wouldn't use a car. He wouldn't be stupid because he knows the car has lights. It makes noise. People might see the car. The killer did this on foot because it's the easiest way for that killer to get away in that area. No lights, no cameras, okay? Quiet, a quiet night. There was no parties going on at all up on that street that night, okay? Normally there's a lot of parties. The party was at the frat house, okay? Got that? And there was a party down at another apartment, but very low. Nobody can hear it. Kids were drinking. That's where they got those beers. Or did that? Is that where they got those beers? And I'm going to point something out that it's going to freak you out later on. But we're not going there yet because that's something really new. And I will put that out tonight. But so now put yourself in a killer's shoes. I want to go in this house and kill everybody. Just think like that. But I don't want to leave a trace of blood of going outside. I don't want to leave anything for them to find. So what does the killer do? When he's done with the killings, he cleans up. He washes himself in the sink. He's not thinking that, in his mind, oh, they ain't going to go into the drain and look for fucking blood and DNA. He's like, it's going to go wash up right into the sewage is what he's thinking. But not knowing that blood and DNA would stick to the outer layer of the pipe, okay? I've done plumbing, so, I'm in construction too. I've remodeled our whole apartment here, all right? When things go wrong, I fix the shit. But inside the pipe, the blood would stick, and there would be DNA. And then at the bottom of the drain, there's a drain at the bottom before it goes into the septic. There would be some kind of something in the bottom of the drain, okay, where they can use. Now, so he cleans up, right? He's in the shower, he's cleaning up, he takes his clothes off, they're getting wet in the shower, he's got a plastic bag, everything done in the tub, okay? Because remember, he's not going to do it on the floor, you know, standing there by the sink. So he gets in the tub, he takes his clothing off, right? He packs the clothing into a plastic bag, Ziploc, sealed, compressed, puts the clothing into there with his shoes. Now he has his bag with another change of clothing. He gets his new clothing on. He showers, gets all the blood off himself. It all washes down the drain, all the DNA, everything, okay? Washes the murder weapon off, washes everything that he used, gets himself into a new fresh pair of clothes, okay? You listening? Because he's already cleaned up all the blood that was on the floor, or maybe somebody helped him, so he wouldn't step on it and retrack it on his new clothes. So now he's got his bag, puts it in his duffel bag, right? You listening? The shoes, everything else, he's completely refreshed like he's going out to the club now. He goes back into the spare bedroom because I don't think he did not leave through the front door. How the front door got open, I don't know. He would not go out a front door with his lighting and everything. No way. He went back out the same window, stepped on the cinder blocks so he wouldn't trip, okay? That's why they were there. So he could climb up and put his belly over it and slowly go in and not make any noise. And he went out the same way, okay? Very simple. That window, here's the apartment complex, here's the spare bedroom window. Very easy for him to walk and step right into the apartment complex, do what he needed to do. At that point, maybe that was the white car. Maybe it was parked in the parking lot, got into his white car, but I don't think it was a white car, but got into the car and took off. And maybe that's the car that was speeding out of town, but I doubt it. I don't think that was him. I think that, personally, he stayed over, and he was never at his parents' house that night, okay? He stayed in his apartment, and that's it. The next day came, the two roommates get up, they walk upstairs, they see Ethan laying on the floor. Now, this guy's been laying there for 9 hours, drinking alcohol. Maybe they did drugs the night before. Those type of fluids bring out gases, and that body would be stinking by then, because remember, they probably had the heat on in the house, and heat will make everything stink. It was cold out, so you have to realize this. Being cold out, they definitely got the heat on, humidity, all kinds of shit, makes the body press for all that smell out, all right? Now, they were bleeding to death, and blood smells. You lay there 9 hours, stabbed to death, you bled out everything out of your body. Now, there's a puddle of blood laying there. Don't you think the body is going to be pale white, like a ghost? So the girls see the body laying there, what's the first thing you're going to do? I'm calling the fucking cops. I don't care. You're not going to blame me. My DNA ain't on that shit. I live here. I'm calling the cops. What do? They grab the phone and call I'm going to call my friends. Hey, guys. Oh, God. Ethan's unconscious. He won't wake up. Can you come over? Can you come over? So the people come over. Multiple amount of people, but the cop said, he said it was a lot of people. So they come over, walk into the crime scene. Now they contaminated every fucking thing. They stepped into a crime scene, right? You don't call your friends. Then the friends use the roommate's phone, and they fail to release the names of the friends, the clues they're not giving us, but yet they're asking us to fucking help them. They're stupid. We need the clues, you idiot. But I already got those, okay? We know who the friends were that went back to that house, okay? And I do. But I can't bring that up until tomorrow. That's something you'll have to wait for, because I have more research to do. I'm on the phone for 2 hours with somebody in a conversation about that particular topic tomorrow, okay? Now, what do you think so far? Do you think I'm pretty close? Because a killer would never show their face before they commit a murder. Remember that. That killer was hiding inside, that he was already in the house. He put the dog in the spare room. He spared the dog its life. No DNA on the dog, no blood, no drugs, no alcohol in the dog system. The dog was clean as a whistle. that was Kylie's prized possession. They shared a dog. You killed the girl, you took the dog, and now you got your prized possession. And every time you look at that dog, you're going to go, oh, there's my baby. Sorry, I had to do what I had to do, sweetie. But, you know, sometimes that's what happens in life, right? So you got the dog, because that's where the dog is now. But that person never came out and said anything. I haven't heard a word from him. And all of a sudden, his whole demeanor changed. His looks completely changed. He went from looking like, now I'm going to do something real quick for you guys, all right? Let's make sure my pen works. Okay. He went from looking like this. Glasses, scrawny looking little ass. And the color red comes in here. I used to have red hair, guys, you know, and I wore glasses, you know, and I was kind of Irish looking and real scrawny and short looking. But then something happened and somebody died and I changed my whole look around. Now I look like this big giant guy with black hair and a black mustache, totally different than that little scrawny thing that I looked like a month ago. And now I got a darker complexion in my skin, but back then I used to have a white complexion. I did what Michael Jackson did. I went and got my face, instead of bleached, I got it darkened up. Do you get my point, everybody? Do you understand the messages that I'm feeding you? Okay? I'm not bringing names up. I'm speculating. I'm not pointing fingers. I'm speculating. I'm giving you a theory, a good theory to go by. Okay? Now, yeah, you got it. But now we're at the point where the cops are called. So you're going to tell me that these two roommates can't tell that that body was dead with a puddle of blood laying there? The guy looks like a fucking ghost and it smells. So you're going to tell me that they didn't even go up and check on the other girls, or they didn't check on Xana? Yes, they did. If they didn't do anything, they did. Okay? You don't just see one person unconscious and don't go check on the other ones. You're going to tell me you didn't see a bit of blood anywhere on the walls or the doors or anything like that? No? We'll talk about the knife in a moment, guys. Okay, please. So you see no blood on the victims, right? You just called your friends. Your friends came over. They called the cops. And then the cops arrived. And that was it. We heard nothing of what they did that day. Now, let's get into the other people. The cops were called evidently at 3:01 a.m. All right? That's bullshit. Why haven't we heard the cops call? When they have a crime, they put out the call to the cops of who made that call and the voice so we can hear it. They haven't done that. Why were the cops' cameras saying 1:54 a.m. while they were pulling those 3 drunk kids over? Nobody ever called the cops for those kids, okay? Ever. But I find it funny that the cops' car, it looked white to me, even though people are saying it's silver, but things look different in the dark. Remember that. Why does the cop car look exactly like the car that they're looking for? That's not no fucking coincidence, okay? But then yet you had another car that also looked like that car in the parking lot by the frat house, and they ruled that car out. But you're looking for a white Hyundai Elantra. Meanwhile, there's one in the parking lot while the murders were going on, right? 3 guys you're pulling over, 3 drunk kids, right? But at first, in the beginning, a guy came out of his car and he had a closed beard. And the cop said, "Where are you coming from?" And where you come? Oh, I don't know. Where you going? I don't know. But behind that video, there were 6 people running. You could see them running. That's not leaves blowing. Those are people. I pulled that shit up. I could see their heads and bodies, shadow, running, coming right from the direction from that house, okay? But that's where it gets difficult for me, because you got 6 people running, a murder taking place, but I don't think anybody else but him was in that house. I think those 6 kids that were running were involved. I think they were watching But I can't see why they would be involved, because why would they want to harm somebody that really didn't do anything to them? Now the knife. There's an attic in that house. And yesterday I received 9 messages, and the guy didn't care. He posted it right on TikTok, knowing that if you write something like that, they're going to want to question your ass. It don't matter. He wrote, I can't take this no more, man. Ethan was my boy. He said, I can't deal with this no more. He goes, he's hiding in the attic. And then he said he was hiding in the attic. But my question is, why would the killer be hiding in the attic when he's got his own place? And how would the killer eat and drink and pee and shit hanging in the attic unless the girls, roommates, were involved and they hid him up there? But I doubt that, because if he was hiding in the attic, then they wouldn't have been able to question him, and he wouldn't have been seen anywhere. So that's a false statement from that guy. But I think that might be somebody that's connected to the killer and telling me that to steer the case in a confusion direction. Okay. Exactly. Because then it would have been very simple to catch the killer. But what I think it is, I think that people at the frat and everywhere, I think that they know. They know what's going on. So the knife, it's very possible that the knife could have been placed. It's not in the attic, but I think that the knife is either in 2 different places. It's either on the property of the house, because they never brought dogs in. Okay. Normally you bring dogs in to go sweep the property and sniff around, and they would find it. But the killer wasn't that stupid. He wouldn't leave the knife there. That's a prized possession to him. Okay. Now, where can the knife be? Now, the killer definitely drove off at some point, and people like that, if they want to get rid of something, they're going to throw it somewhere in the woods. They're going to throw it in a river, in a pond somewhere where it will never be found. The knife is gone, guys. The murder weapon's gone. You'll never find that again. That white car, that's long gone. A month too late. That car is somewhere out of space in a lake somewhere, okay? Shh. I'm live right now. Can you please? Yeah, well, I'm live. Okay. So, okay, guys, I got to transfer into the my bedroom area, because you see that man right there? Wait, where is he? See that man? That's my wife's grandpa. He's 84 years old, guys, okay? He's a good guy. I love this man, okay? 84 years old, and he has to eat his dinner, and I'm in the kitchen, so I'm going to get up, and I'm going to go in the other room so the man can sit here and eat. But say hi to Mike. Say hi, Mike. Say hi, Mike. Hey. Say hi. Hi. He was a chief engineer of a warship, okay? So when you guys are ready to come and listen to what me and him got to talk about, TikTok actually pulled mine and his videos down of him telling you about the Antarctic Circle and how the planets work around the Earth going like this. But we'll talk about that next time. All right, I'm going to transfer into the other room. Okay. All right. So now I'm going to take some questions from you guys, and I'm going to look through the comments, and I want to see, you know, what kind of answers, because we're up to this step right now. I told you the knife could have been where I'm going to tell you where the knife is, if it still exists, okay? So maybe it's possible the killer didn't get rid of the knife because that's a prized possession for him. That's something that he wants to hold on to and remember, okay? I believe that being that Jack Showalter and Jack Decor were friends, it's very possible that, see, I believe that Jack Decor was trying to frame Jack Showalter by putting him by the food truck and making him go out there to do that while he was waiting at the house and doing whatever he was doing, okay? I think he tried to make it look like, because everybody pointed the finger at him, remember? Well, I'll send him out there. He's going to be stalking them. It's going to look like he followed them home and killed them. And then they won't even look at me. So let's discuss. Let me get this Put over here like this. Yeah, yeah. Everything's made in China, guys. Oh, wow. I just got clipped off. So I'm gone.
No, one second. You see, no, you're good.
Sorry about that, guys. Everything made in China, you got to put the thing in the clips. It doesn't work. It sucks. It's like, but then everything gets hit. All right, let's get that locked in there so I can take some comments now. I need you to help me moderate the comments, pal.
Oh.
All right, so do you think the killer... let me start up here. So what do we have? I'll tell you what. Everybody start their questions right here. I'm going to start here. There can't be 6 people crazy enough to be involved in something like that. Well, actually, that's not true. There can be. They can all play the part in this. Remember, frat boys stick together, but they really didn't like those 2 guys, okay? Because remember, Jack Showalter was thrown out of there, and the other one was an outcast now because, you know, the popular girl let him go. So there you go. And he ended up with the dog. He got everything you wanted. Everything you want and more. All right, let's take some of these. Do you think the killer will get caught? Okay.
I do. I believe he will get caught.
All right, well, listen.
I pray that he will get caught.
I got something to say. The only way the real killer is going to get caught is if you and I and everybody make him get caught. Because if you allow the cops to do what they're doing, they're going to try to cover this up. You better believe that his parents are definitely telling them, if you do this, you're going to lose all your funding for the school. You're going to lose your funding for the community. You're going to lose your funding for the police station because they fund them. They are funded by the parents. If they lose that, the town is going to crumble. There'll be nothing left. Nobody's going to want to go back to the school after they hear about this shit, okay? So they're pretty much, people are afraid, okay? If you ask me right now, I think the case is going to go cold. Why you ask me that? Because the cops fucked everything up. You're doing things a month later. A month later, you're going to go and find a car a month later and put roadblocks up? That car's fucking gone. How stupid are these people? Oh, a month later, you're going to go and put roadblocks up in Canada and other places? Like, who do these fucking cops think we are? Do they think we're fucking imbeciles? Do they think they can manipulate everybody because you live in a small fucking town and you can manipulate your community and make them believe what you want? But guess what, motherfuckers? You're dealing with people from New York City now. You're dealing with people with cities that see this shit every day, okay? You're not dealing with your small town, little fucking backwood hillbilly shit, okay? Where you eat your fucking bestiality, all that shit. No, it's fucking true, man. I'm not putting everybody down. I'm putting a certain criteria of people down, okay? So please, I hate when people don't tell me, don't do that. I'm telling the truth, and this is the fucking truth. It's a racist town. They don't like black people. Hayden, Ohio, Idaho, okay? Ohio and Idaho sound the same, but Hayden was a racist town with KKK in there. There is, you know what the percentage of black people in Moscow, Idaho is? 1.6%. That's it. That's it through the whole town.
That's what
there is no other race. It's all white American, that whole freaking town. Now think about that for a minute, because I asked the question, why aren't there any black people working on this case? Why is it all white American? I'm white, but I ain't racist because I love everybody. We're all one. We're God's people. We're fucking equal. Nobody is better than the other in God's eyes. You think because, oh, his uncle's a big judge, when I get to heaven, I'm going to be at the top of the line? You know, when, you know, the Elizabeth died, Queen Elizabeth, you know what happened to her? Let me tell you, she did a lot of dirty, evil shit, slaved your people, okay? Guess what? She was at the top of the line, right? Waiting, and she said, no, at the bottom of the line. And she's going, hey, you tell God I belong on the front of the line. I shouldn't be back here. Yeah, come up here. Hold on a minute, Mrs. Queen Elizabeth. Let me go get the one you murdered. I'm not going to mention her name. Diana? Of course I am. Let me go get Diana. Let's see what she has to say. You're in the wrong line right away. You should be in that line over there. There's going to be 2 lines. Remember that. Read the Bible, guys. So, let's go through some questions here. So what about the calls to Jack? Okay. I don't know if you were here, if you listened to what I said, but we'll go over that again. I'll answer your question. The killer was in the spare bedroom with the dog. The killer left his phone right next door in the apartment that he lives at, okay? So that this way they couldn't ping the phone. They wouldn't, if it got pinged in the place he was staying. Or maybe he brought the phone and bought another phone, okay? He brought his regular phone back to his parents' house, where if they pinged it, they would see where the phone was, but had another phone with them that was a throwaway phone. Drug dealers and people like that use a thing called throwaway phones. They can't track those phones, okay? Impossible. They can't track them unless they find them, all right? And usually when they find them, they're just untraceable. It's all fucked up, everything. The memory's gone. It's just meant to be kept secret, okay? That's why drug dealers, what they do, they buy one throwaway. If somebody catches on to them, they get rid of that one, they get another throwaway, okay? So, he was in the spare bedroom with his dog. That's what I believe. I mean, that's what I see. That's what I see. I don't see anything else. I can't find anything else. I just don't see those frat boys. If the frat boys had something against Xavier and Ethan and Madison, they would have killed them a long time ago. And what makes me think that this person did it is the night that Kaylee comes up. Okay, Kaylee's coming there. She's coming there to bring her stuff and pack it and go home the next day. Okay, she just broke up with somebody. The only people that knew she was going to be there. Why would they wait until she got home? They knew that they were going to kill her, that person, and she was never going to go home. Okay? Do you understand who I'm telling you? I believe this is what God has given me. God has given me a message that that's the person. You know who it is, Paul. But I got to protect myself as well. And you have to understand that. Yeah, I do. I do. And you could go look that information up. It's public information. Yes. Yes. They fund the university. And they even said it. It was spoken about online. They fund the university. They fund the city hall, the cops. Okay. They fund them. And yes, 65 million in a small town like that. You know how much fucking $65 million is? Have you ever thought about what 65? You can take 10 million out of that, okay? 10 million and go and they gave them $1 million to take care of the case. Think about 10 million. What would that do for the cops? What would that do for the community? Seriously, Brian, that wasn't a good question, but listen, no worries. I'm not going to take that out on you. It's a question. So that's it. You know, I answered your question. I did ask a question. Can you answer, Paul? Okay, Doreen, where is your question? I think that there's something the attic. What do you think? Yes, there is something in the attic. Okay. But I don't know what's in the attic. Okay. Because I'm not there. I can't see things like that. You know, I'm not psychic where I can picture shit. All right. Funding. Yes. They fund them. But yes, Darren, I think you're right. There is definitely something in the attic. Okay. And if it's not in the attic, then it would be on the roof because up. But up can also mean, up doesn't have to mean in the house. Remember that. Up can mean up that little hill that you've seen behind the house. There's a hill there. The killer could have picked up a big fucking rock and already did this. He could have pre-planned this and had it all planned out and dug a hole really deep because once you hit 5 to 6 feet, a dog's not really going to be able to smell. They can smell up to like 3 feet, all right? And that's it. So he probably researched this and dug a hole and then put the dirt back on it and probably put some other stuff so it couldn't be smellable like coffee beans. Dogs can't smell through coffee beans, okay? That's how they get drugs through the system and through, the boats and shit to America, all right? Yeah, that's how they used to get cocaine through the doors, putting coffee beans around it so the dogs can't smell through that. Look it up. It's facts. But I'm thinking that the murder weapon, if the murder weapon's still around, I think they need to look on that hill right behind the house. Because if there's the murder weapon and the killer wanted to get rid of it quick, he would have put it there. Because I can't see the killer getting in his car with a knife. You just committed 4 murders. Those people could wake up at any time. Remember that. Somebody could wake up at any time. So think about that now. All right. The killer would get rid of that murder weapon as soon as possible. Not going to drive with that thing in his car, risking getting pulled over, okay, and getting searched at that time of night, knowing that college kids are out, knowing that cops are out on the road looking for drunk drivers, okay? Now think about it. I believe the murder weapon is on the property of the house, if you ask me. If not, it's gone. It's gone. It's long gone. But I still believe it's there. I had some premonitions and messages that that knife is on that property. And it's very possible that they got it already. And they're not going to tell you. Because unfortunately, from what I was told today by somebody, and I tried to put the comment up, but TikTok, they removed the video, okay? This person said, hey, brother, listen. He said there's somebody in the frat house that's really close to the girls and that guy. He said, and the problem is that guy has a very close family member that works as an officer for the Moscow, Idaho PD. I have a feeling the guy that pulled over those kids knew what was going on. He knew something. He heard something. I have to really stay tight-lipped on this, guys. I mean, like, I can't mention. I'm not going to say the name. I cannot risk putting myself in any kind of danger or anything like that. You have to understand. Okay, look what I have around me. I have a wife. I have a dog. I got a family. Okay, I have a career. I'm 50 years old. I've lived a really pretty good life, and I've been through a lot of shit. So. If I'm a friend, I will be talking and looking for justice. Danger what? It puts everybody in danger in that town, because if somebody speaks, and this is something to do with what I know, remember this, guys? Do you know what this means? Do you know what that means, guys? Do you know what that means? I know what that means because I've been signed to a record label and I've been out there. That means shut up or we'll shut you up, okay? It wouldn't be that hard because there was a murder in that town. Well, they didn't say there was a murder. Somebody 7 years ago, they say drowned in a lake right by the campus, had no alcohol or anything in their system. Because you know why that person was there? Because that person talked and said something that somebody didn't like. And guess what? They put him there. That was a murder. Okay? Because what the fuck is a kid going to be doing out there? It's doing great in school, has a great life. Why would he be walking in the middle of the night by himself in the middle of the woods by a pond? Idaho okay, Moskow, Idaho, okay, Idaho. Played parts in a lot of things, guys. Mama, Patriot Mama, came up on my feed, and that's the night we got cut because she was telling you things about the cops. She was telling you about what those cops do. That woman lived in the same house that those murders were done 15 years ago, okay, when she went to college there. And she said this, I don't care what they say. Those girls heard everything because you can hear everything downstairs from the upstairs. It don't matter. And we got cut when she started bringing up the cops and the shit about the small town and how they're all linked up together. You know, white supremacists, all right? They protect each other. And you better believe it. the person that killed this person, these people, he's so protected, you won't even see him come online and say anything because he don't have to. I think the case is going to go cold if the cops don't cover this up and try to blame somebody else. But then on the other hand, I also have to think like this. I might be wrong there. Okay? Don't, I'm only speculating something. Let's just say the cops aren't covering anything up, okay? And they are working hard, but they messed up so many things here. You wait a month to start getting video. You wait a month to go to the corner club. You wait a month to ask people to help. You wait a month to do this. They waited a month because they knew that this case would flop and they're going to go, oh, well, so much stuff happened. You know, so much was going on. You know, we didn't know what direction to go. We're not experienced like that. They did it purposely, I think, to let the killer get away because they knew who it was. And the parents probably threatened them and said, go ahead, you go do that and watch what happens to you in your town. And all that shit you did in the past, the things you did to people, will expose you. You'll be done. Think about it that way, guys. Of course they're dirty, man. Come on. Come on, man. Did you listen to Patriot Mama? Well, you know what? We're going to get her on this show tomorrow night. How about that? Because as you see I'm talking to you for 2 hours and I brought up everything and I'm not getting cut. But on TikTok, I go live. Now, let me ask everybody in this right here. Have you heard me bully, harass, hateful behavior? Have you seen me do anything like that in this chat in the last 2 hours and 36 minutes you've been in here? But TikTok sits there and accuses me of being a violent extremist, harassing people, bullying people, gang stalking people, abusive behavior, violent. Do you guys see me like that on this live that we've been on for 2.5 hours and 6 minutes and 35 seconds? Well, that tells me that the cops are definitely having my videos clipped because they probably said, you need to get this guy off of here. And as you see, they try to cut my live on my phone, but I've been on my unidentified phone that they can't track right now. And they won't be able to. They can't track this one because this one is, I wish them luck. Now, I got a question for everybody. I just want to hear from my viewers, okay? And I'm going to shut up for a minute. And I want you to comment, and then I'll answer all your comments. As I said, I have more to tell you, but I want you to comment. How do you feel about me as a person, the way I conducted myself tonight, okay? The way I explained everything piece by piece. We're still going to move on. We got more to go. I want you guys to tell me what you think about me, and I'll come right back, okay? I'm going to get my tea. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to play you guys a little bit of music so you can relax, you know, and you can think about this. I'm going to put something on here. Let's see, something very, Let me see what I got, okay. All right, give me a moment. I know what I got. I got to bring another song up for you guys in here. I got a song that I wrote, okay? You ready for this one? I wrote this song about a year ago. It's called Strangers in the Dark, okay? Ain't it funny how I'm working on this case and I come up with these, forget about it. We're not going to go there. But this song is called Strangers in the Dark. And this one, now that I got this case, I couldn't write words to it. I wrote a piano part, but I called it Strangers in the Dark. So now we're working on this case. Guess what? I'm going to write the lyrics to the song tomorrow. And I'm going to base it on this case, Strangers in the Dark. You're only going to hear the piano part because there's no vocals. So I'm going to play the piano part for you so you can hear while you sit there and write and, you know, think about your next questions for me. I'm reading what everybody's saying. You know, I love you guys too. I really appreciate all the support, the love. I think that a lot of people didn't come because they had a problem finding this. I had a lot of messages. Hey, Paul, I can't do it. I have Safari. It won't let me do it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my time. this evening when I'm done. I'm going to eat and spend some time with my wife, and then I'm going to take my time with my wife and go over how we can get the page shared where people have no problem getting in so they know how to use it. Because I think what they did is I think they went to YouTube. They're supposed to come to StreamYard. YouTube, you go to after we're done here. That's where you could download the video, okay, of me talking to you. Now, I'm also on this page. I can have up to 8 people on live, okay, where I can mute people while one person is talking, okay, and then I can unmute and allow the other person to talk, and I can switch the camera around because we have the switches on here. I can also run scrolling banners and everything right here, okay. I can actually run a scrolling banner. You see that? Everybody sees that? And I can also do this, welcome to my world, but I can have these banners scroll past, okay? I can put a lot of different things up here. And this is, you know, things that I use for my music, okay? Not asking you guys to do that, but these are, you know, I have a professional channel here. I can have a video up here and showing you the video up here once I set it up on my, I'm on my phone now, but I got to set it up on my big giant screen there, the 65-inch. So I'm going to get that all set up so that this way we can do this. And we have another studio in Staten Island that's full film production with 20 TVs inside the mastering control booth where I can have every channel that I have up on those screens being live with you guys, seeing the comment base where you can see it too on my screen in big comments on a touch screen, a big screen that you can touch. And I can type on the keyboard right into that screen or use my voice and say, when I want to answer a comment, my voice can right where I'm sitting in the studio, say something and it will drop it right in the comments, okay? I'm going to also teach you guys how to use this channel because you're going to enjoy this. It's actually free for certain. I pay for a subscription in here now, but it's free for you guys. You can go in and you can get up to 6 people on there. You can get a lot of different features, you know, but it is about $150 a month to do the full package business service, which where I'm going now with my partner. So, so he covered that. So that's why we're on the live, but we'll never get cut off in here ever because they know me. I've been on here a very long time. I'm very respected as a musician and an artist. Okay. So now we know that TikTok, they're fucking pieces of shit because me being on this thing for 2 hours and 42 seconds, nobody's cutting me. Okay. And if they really thought, if I was up here talking about bad things, you better believe it. StreamYard will cut your shit off immediately. All right. If you're talking and selling drugs and shit, yeah, you're done. But now we know that TikTok purposely did this because they don't give a fuck about me. They think it's funny. They like to piss the Americans off. Huh? Look what I did. I took your page away. You can't go live. Okay? I got Chinese friends out here that own stores. Beautiful people. One of my supermodels is Chinese, but she talks about them over there. Okay? She says they're piece of shits. They hate Americans. That's why TikTok's here. So they can destroy your minds and make you pissed off and get upset when you're getting into something, and then all of a sudden they cut your shit off. Now they stop you from messaging people when they violate you. You can't message anybody. Not on it. If Facebook put you in jail, you can message people. Okay, you can still message. They cut you off from seeing who your fans are, your followers. Yeah, and if they ban your page, everybody's gone. They'll never find you unless you start a new page. But what it's going to take you to build that following back up? It took me a year because I don't go on here much. I don't do a lot of lives. I just started when it come time to COVID and the weather, you know. But fuck TikTok. Let's bring everybody here because here we can, you know, yeah, we can build this. Yeah, go to TikTok to scroll and look at other people's shit. You can share it with me. I'm going to go on there. I'm still going to do lives when I come back. So give me a couple of minutes, guys. I'm going to play this song for you. There's no words. Remember that. This is just, I'm going to play the piano parts for you. All right. And yes. I have so many tracks here. about, comments, and stuff you want to ask me, and I'll be right back after these messages. This one's gonna be called. It's called "Strangers in the Dark." Think about this case. There's a stranger in the dark. All right, I hope you enjoyed that. That's a song that I put the music together a couple of months ago, and we're gonna dedicate it because what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write about a stranger in the dark. Okay, so I'll take that down. Hold on. What I was doing is, see, you didn't listen to me, so evidently, that's what I mean about people. Okay, I was showing you what you could do with this channel, how you could put your Cash App up there, you could scroll, you could do different things with this. That's what I was doing. I told you in the beginning that I won't accept money unless you want to give it to me because I'm taking my time out to give you information. I don't have to give you anything. Okay, so who said that? Who wrote, I have a feeling, Brian, you wrote this is about clout? Well, Brian, let me tell you who I am. I'm a famous musician, okay? I do well for myself. You see this? Huh? Do you see my house? Let me show you something else I do, Brian. I don't prove myself to people, but you don't know me, but I'm going to show you who I am. So, Brian, when I got to take my time out to come on here and explain things to you and take off from my job from what I should be doing, like my artwork, I'm a fashion designer, a very famous fashion designer, okay? Hey, Brian, did you know who Billy Preston was? I toured with him. I'm a rock star. My drummer is Chad Ziegler in the studio. You know who that is? Breaking Benjamin's drummer. Black Label Society. Look it up. I'll actually post the pictures for you later, especially for you. But I'm not going to block you because you said that. I'm going to let you stay in here. So now you can learn who I am. And then I'm going to send you to my Facebook as well. And you could go and look up on Google. Google my name, Paul. Actually, let's do this. Let me see. I need the iPad. I'm going to do this on here for you so you can see it. All right, let me show you who I am, Brian. Oh yeah, I am really who I say I am. My wife didn't believe me in the beginning because I made her wait. I made her wait 2 years to show her who I was, to make sure that she was the person that I wanted to spend my life with. So, that being said, Brian, now, you see this? This article was written by a guy named Joe Dolan, who writes for Rolling Stone magazine. Let me read this to you. Ready, guys? We're going to take a break real quick. Paul Mantier, set to explode. This was 2010. I recorded in Sanctum Sound recording studios where only celebrities can record, okay? Now, you couldn't go in there because you're not a celebrity. That's the way it works. They only take professionals. Steve Catazone was my recording engineer, the pioneer who engineered and mastered Plug and Play Aerosmith. He's recorded Sully from Godsmack. He's recorded More Than Words, Black Eyed Peas, Rihanna. We can go down the list, Bon Jovi all day, okay? Now, Paul Mantier is set to explode. Singer-songwriter Paul Mantier has etched out a groove with his latest recorded track titled I Will. And in the response from the test market has been nothing but positive. We sold 600,000 records, okay? By ourselves without a label. Then I signed to Atlantic after that. We'll get into that another time. PR log, Los Angeles, California, 10/13/2010. Joe Dolan PR. Look him up. He writes for Rolling Stone. He's the journalist, all right? Grab your lighters and make ready for an old school experience with the sound of modern day rock. Fans who have come to know the modern FM radio of artists like Chris Daughtry and Nickelback will find a familiar sound in the song stylings of Paul Mantier. Born in the Bronx, New York, and currently recording and performing in the New England area. I was up in Boston performing concerts. Paul is no newcomer to the music entertainment game. Breaking to the top level of artistry. From the local level, Paul performed as a touring guitarist for Billy Preston, the fifth Beatle, a legend, okay? Paul has an astonishing 200 songs written and recorded in one fashion or another, building a firm library consistent to radio-ready rock. Songs that could potentially sustain a career for a lifetime, okay? Now, of any artist. This, however, is just a start. He has no plans of showing down regardless of what he's already colleged, okay? The latest track to feature has technique is titled I Will. It was recorded at Sanctum Sound Studios in Boston, Massachusetts, and engineered by studio veteran Steve Catazone, okay? The bi-coastal musical genius behind artists' works including Sully, Erna, Godsmack, okay? Gary Sharon, Extreme, and recently the new hits sounds of Mayan. You know who Mayan is? Castell, look her up. With the current mastering of this track and pro shot video film in Boston, the effort of this strong musical crew is sure to grab the attention of very lucky major label AR rep in the near future. Also featured on I Will is recording and performing artist Chad Ziegler, drummer for the multi-platinum selling band Breaking Benjamin. Speaking directly about the project, Catazone states, ready? This is what he wrote about me, the engineer. It's great working with Paul. I have to give him props. The song came together probably the fastest of any material I've ever worked on. His ability to both play and jump on notes and ideas share makes Paul an absolute pleasure to work with. A humble guy with a big heart, not a bad bone in his body. I love the guy. That came from Steve Catazzone, okay? Interested parties and fans of well-crafted rock music can reach me at all my musical talents here. I've toured the whole world. I've played in front of 20,000 people, okay? So, if I was up here doing this for clout, and if somebody decided they wanted to cash at me for taking my valuable time to sit up here and talk to you, you're wrong by what you said. So, now you could go to this, go look up Paul Mantia, Paulmantia, on Google. And I want you to type this in, Rockstar, Paul Mantia Rockstar. See what comes up. Then I want you to type in Paul Mantia famous designer. And then you tell me I'm on here doing this for clout. And you're also going to have to make an apology to everybody. Okay, Brian left. Did you leave, Brian? Oh, you're still there. Okay. So, now that you said that, I'm going to do exactly the opposite of what you said. I'm going to go and put my Cash App up there. You know why? Because you pissed me off by saying that. Because here I am taking out my time to tell you everything you want to hear, answer your questions, okay? And you had a nerve to say that to me. That's fucked up, Brian, okay? It's fucked up. So I'm going to hold you accountable on one point now. That means that if you continue to do things like that, I'll block you from everything. It's a promise, not a threat. I don't make threats. I'm a New Yorker, bro. I don't play that bullshit like everybody else. You don't waste my time, I won't waste yours. That's simple. If we were on TikTok, yeah, you could have gone and reported me for my video, but guess what? If you do that here, this page will hold you accountable. You can trust that. I am calm, man. I'm happy as a pig in shit. Okay, he's laughing, whatever. All right, so now let's get out of that. So where are these songs? Okay. Valerie, can you, oh boy, let me see. Is there a way I can go in and chat? How can I do this now with you guys?
What do you mean?
All right, let me go on my phone. I'm gonna send you the stuff. Actually, I can do it like this. You want to know where you can go? Hold on a minute. I'll type up a banner for you. How about that? Let's see. How can I do that? Let's see. Can I do that? I'm not sure if I can do that from here or not. I think you got to do that when you set up the show. Let's see. Post a comment. Okay. So how do I get to comment? All right, listen to me. www.reverb, REVERB, nation, NATION.com/Paul Mantia. Okay? www.reverbnation.com/Paul Mantia. Now, if you want to find the article, you go type in on Google, Paul Mantia, press release, Joe Dolan, okay? 2010. Type that in there. So remember what I said, Paul Mantia, press release. Then go to Google and type in Paul Mantia, famous designer, okay? Do those things for me and come back. All right. Using secret words? I think I used those secret words. That's a video I put up last week. So maybe somebody, I don't know. Can you share that with me, please? Share that video with me. Or whatever it was. Yeah, I don't really, Grugs, I don't really promote the Reverb Nation channel that much. because like my time is so limited, you know, because I'm always in the studio. I'm putting a new band together. I got a whole bunch of new things going on in my life. I got my company with the designs, you know, we're redoing everything. I mean, I got a lot going on. So I do my best to take my time to come on here and talk to you guys, you know, that's it, you know. And when I'm on here, I am losing money because at the same time, I should be right now on my other channels doing this, selling these things. You see this? And by the way, this stuff glows in the dark. So let me show you that real quick before we get back. Let me show you something. Hold on. We got to shut the lights out first. No, not that one. Get to the dress. That's not even worth that. That's just regular tie-dye. All right, here, hold this up. So you want to see what my work does and what made me famous? I invented a dye. Okay, that's patent now. That glows in the dark. It goes on any fabric, any material. I can do brass, metal, your house, your swimming pool. It never washes out. You can bleach these things. You can put them in the middle of the road and let a car run over it. That is never going to come out. And that's what it looks like in the dark. So let's do a little show here. Let's bring this a little closer so we can brighten everything up. Now, you said I'm doing this for clout. Normally, when people cash app, they'll cash app $1, $2. This outfit right here sells for $1,500. It's one of a kind. This one's exclusive. Okay, this one's been on television. It's been in movies. I mean, it's been all over the place. Okay. Now look at that. You see that glow? We're in the dark. You see this? There is no light in here. Dark. There you go. Glowing. I have a multi-million-dollar recording studio that I worked my ass for. Okay? I spent my life savings on this stuff. See that beautiful dress? Now, guys, I'll be right back. I'm going to show you something else real quick. All right, guys, because my show is not about this, but I'm only going to show you a couple of things. Okay? These are leather boots right here. You see these? Leather boots glowing in the dark with my dyes on them. You see how beautiful that is? Look at that. I designed guitars for Carlos Santana. I designed Alicia Keys' piano in her house. Okay? I got drum sets out there on the road. I got my own guitar brand. Okay? Let me show you this bass guitar now. Look at that beautiful thing, man. Imagine being on stage and playing that and glowing in the dark with a Fender jazz bass. Look at how beautiful that is. And everything is done by hand. Everything. So, now, let's turn the lights back on, guys. And what I'll do for you guys is I'll do a special recorded, pre-recorded video with all my beautiful art, and you can check it out if you want to buy something for Christmas. I do custom work. I normally work with people one-on-one. I do have stores that they're not up any right now, you know. How do we? There's an intruder. I'm going to report right now on my live. Look at that, clouding away. Hey, anonymous, guess what? Go fuck yourself, you piece of shit. You're getting blocked right now. How do we block them? Can you look it up?
Yeah, on my phone.
Anonymous truth teller. I'm going to tell you what I just did. I got your IP address, okay? And I sent you in to StreamYard, a paid service that I paid for. I didn't invite you in here. So now we're going to leave your comment right at the top here so everybody can see it. But your IP address is recorded, by the way, because everything gets recorded here. Yep. Potato hustlers trying to troll. Oh, what happened? This person named Anonymous Truth Teller is called, he's a pathological liar and a thief. Okay? So I need to screenshot this right now because
How the fuck?
I know who that is. That's my ex.
Oh, Miss Ashley Cooter.
Ashley Carterman. Okay? Let's screenshot. We're going to take pictures of everything here because I got a restraining order actually going against her tomorrow.
Hey, Ashley, you're a stupid bitch. Maybe you should fucking do something with your life. Stop fucking bothering his. Corny bitch.
I'm taking pictures with my phone and I'm sending it to my attorneys right now. Of all the shit you wrote in here. Now I know you played a part as well in getting me blocked on my other channel, but we got your IP address, you idiot. You better believe that. I know that you played a part in it, and I trust me, you busted now. Okay. I know how to get rid of it. So. All right, guys, give me a minute. I'm gonna get rid of this person. I'm sending it off to the friggin' StreamYard right now.
Post comment. Um,
And let's just start. The first thing you want to do is be CPR, and then you're gonna slide your three dots on the person.
The 3 dots on the person. Where?
Three dots here, and you can move back.
I don't see no 3 dots.
Or like we'll do whatever is back. Yes. Voila. Then what can I do when I'm going to divide?
Yeah.
you gotta be on the computer. You can't do it through the phone.
Yes, you can. What do you mean?
3 dots is right here. Look.
Nothing there. Settings.
No, wait. It says the killer left their phone on YouTube.
Oh, only I can do it on my phone.
Oh, there
Okay.
you go. So Brian
I'll take
Oliveira
care of it right now.
says the killer left their phone on the YouTube autoplay and left to kill and did it.
Yeah,
in
that's what I was
19
going to get into
minutes.
next, but I don't want this person to hear anything I'm saying. So I just sent everything in that this person wrote, anonymous truth teller. I got their IP address. Okay. I got their Google address. So either way you look at it, for what you wrote up there, you better believe I'll be filing a suit against your ass. I'm going to file charges against you as well for fucking slander and defamation of character, calling me a pathological liar and a thief. A thief? Yo, go fuck yourself, thief. Really? Thief? I work for my money. And I'm tired of this shit. I'm tired of you fucking up my company, spreading false rumors, screwing up my business, messing up my lives. It's over. I'm taking you down, Ashley. That's it. Maybe you should tell people how you scratch the cornea of my eye and maybe go blind in this eye, huh? Want to talk about that? We'll be coming out with that one next week. I'll bet you on that.
Abusive bitch.
Oh, yeah. How she stabbed her ex-boyfriend, too. Shit, let's get into it. That could have been me. All right, give me 1 minute, guys. I'm just sending this over now, so. I made you a moderator, so you should have been able to do this.
I'm a co-host. I'm not an administrator. I think maybe administrator can do it.
Okay, where is she? Oh, here we go.
Block her. Oh, hurry up before that's you hear that beeping?
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, that person is gone. All right, can you guys see me now? Hey, can you guys see me? I don't know what's going on here.
They could see. I could hear you and see you. So yes. Yeah.
Okay. I had to report that person. I had to take screenshots and pictures of everything that person wrote. Okay, because that person has been tormenting my wife, my life, my family's life for the last 5 years. Okay, 5 years. I'm gonna file a restraining order against her now. I have no choice. I tried to avoid doing this, but you know, when somebody continues, man, because you see, people don't want to see people succeed. So when somebody writes something like that, okay, and you see how many people love me, go to my Facebook, you know, look me up. If I was a liar and a pathological liar and a thief, then how did I get all this stuff around me? Surely didn't steal this stuff. Man, this all was paid off on credit. I got that. I got investors, okay? You seen my studio yesterday that I went to, that I run over there? If I was a thief, do you think an owner of a $5 million studio is going to allow me to be in his house when he's not there and be in that studio? Do you really think so? No. Okay. I got to calm down a little bit because that really upset me. I'm going to play some piano for you guys. We get back into, we're going to get into the phone and the Google Voice with the girls. That's the next topic. Can you please take that phone? All right. Let's play a little bit of music and that's it.
Rami said that maybe that person wanted to take the attention of the case and put it towards her. That's why.
Yeah, I know what she was doing. That's all right. We got it. No problem. I can't take the echo, man.
Well, then turn off your phone. I don't know how to do it.
All right, guys, 1 second. I'm alive on 2 different places here. Let's see what we got. All right. You see, the wonderful thing about this here is, let me Can you hear me now? All right, give me a second, guys. 1 second. Okay. All right. You can hear me now? Okay, great. So as I was saying is, you see, on TikTok, they don't give me the tools that I need to report somebody, okay? They don't give me the tools to meet if I've done it before. I've hit the button where somebody was harassing me on my live and reported it, and they found no violation and allowed that person to stay in my live and bully and harass me, okay? I don't like TikTok no more. I could care less about that fucking channel, all right? What I'm going to do is I'm going to open up everything tomorrow, and I'm going to bring all my fans into one base that I know. But what's going to happen is I'm going to have people that I trust in this group here, the ones that came here tonight. What I'm going to do is I'm going to talk to each one of you one-on-one just to get a point of view of where you're at and just to make sure that, you know, you're not against me and you're not just trying to get in so that you can be against me or sending somebody to be against me, because I got to protect me. I got to protect my assets. I got to protect my family, okay? And when somebody like that comes in and writes comments the way she just wrote them, I can only imagine what she's spreading out there, okay? And you got to realize, I got a business. And when somebody's out there spreading that, I got a daughter. I can't see my daughter because somebody went and spread what she was spreading, okay? So, you know, that makes things very complicated in my life at 50 years old when I don't need this shit. So, that being said, StreamYard is a beautiful thing to have because here I can block, I can report, I can take their IP address down, and you better believe it. They're reported at this point. So that's it. Once you hit that block button, you know, it's saying TikTok. This is StreamYard. They're automatically reported, and then I can contact StreamYard tomorrow and say, that person I reported, I want to file charges for what they wrote. They'll contact the law. They will contact law enforcement when they see shit like that because it's slander and it's defamation of character. And I want letting nobody get away with it. It doesn't matter. I could file them. It's not about money and lawsuits. They can keep their fucking money. I'm good. They could shove it up their ass. Do you know what it's about? It's about the principle. The principle of going around and bashing people because you can't get your life together. You're insecure about your own life. You don't want nobody else getting ahead. And if you know, you see what I'm saying? Like with the case, for instance, the same thing. Ex-boyfriend. Oh, no. You're not going to get ahead. You're not going to leave me out here and you're going to go and I'm going to be by myself after 5 years. Oh, no, I'm going to do something to you. Well, that's the same type of person that just left this group that I blocked. The same type of personality, the same type of attitude. People like that are the ones that fuck this world up. People like that are the ones that troll around and causing problems and pissing people off and trying to make people believe. Like, for instance, if she went on there on TikTok and I don't see video, how do I know she ain't got a video up there of me and saying what she said in this group chat? If I see that video or if you guys see it, I want you to contact me immediately and share that video with me because that person that did that, you better believe they're going down because I'm not going to let that go. No, you're okay. Yeah, that's true. But who are they though? Can it be? I'm not going to say the name and someone else. Yes. That's who I believe did it. Okay. I'm with the detective, Chris DeHardy. That's who he thinks did it. He said it. Donahue. I'm sorry. Chris Donahue. He believes the same thing I believe. And that guy served huge murder cases. Okay. I mean, big cases, man, like Jeffrey Dahmer shit. All right. He's arrested people. He knows. He's the guy that found the glove that was laying by the garbage cans in the driveway that they swept and combed for 2 days straight, claiming they found no glove. So either somebody that working in that murder investigation scene put it there, or somebody else put it there to frame somebody. Okay. You have to think like this killer thinks. His favorite thing is framing people and making it look like something it's not. Okay. Because what he did was by calling the girls, he confused everybody, making the person, oh, why would the girls be calling your ex-boyfriend 10 times? Was she calling him to try to find the dog? I doubt it. Okay? Because the call was made from Maddie's phone and from her phone. And that's what the dad meant when he was saying that the victims acted differently. They were acting differently, not meaning the two girls, meaning when he got the phone, he got that phone back. He went through the messages. He could see those 10 calls. That's what he meant. They acted differently. Like they wouldn't do that. If they had a problem, they would call the dad or the cops. They're not going to call him. Okay. She already texted him. She didn't get an answer back. Now, let's get to the phones, the girls' phones. Now, you know, these kids are high up with their phones, and you know, every one of them have Google Voice. And you know that when you talk about something, Google brings it up. Now, I could promise you that those phones did in fact record everything, but here's the problem. The killer probably went through those phones before he left and deleted and erased every single thing that he could, okay? I'm telling you, listen to me. I've studied so many different cases in New York, and this is a pattern. And guys, if they don't catch this guy and they don't lock him up, he's going to do it again. This was his first run. He enjoyed it. Once you start killing, you're a killer, okay? That's it. You are a killer. There's no stopping. Now, what I tell the people out there is the reason why you shouldn't say certain things, okay, is because if you tell the killer everything that you know, there's things that I'm not going to say. But if you tell the killer every single thing that you know, and he knows that, then you got a problem. See, it's a strategy that law enforcement and the feds use. They like to have at least 10 things that only them and the killer would know. So that this way, when they get him and interrogate him, they're going to know it's him because they're going to ask certain questions and they're going to play manipulation and reverse psychology. Okay? That's what they do. That's only if they can't get a DNA sample. But see, they will get a DNA sample. See, let me tell you how they get it. When he stabbed them to death, okay? If he was wearing a mask, it doesn't matter. Your mouth and your eyes and your nose, you got to breathe. So that's still open. You're spitting on them. You're sweating. They're scratching you. All your sweat is going under their nails. That's your DNA. Now, while you're stabbing them, there's blood. So now you have to think, whatever she touched underneath that blood is other people's DNA because she was around people that night. But that blood that's on top of them now, whatever's on top of that blood that came off the killer's mouth or whatever, that's the killer's DNA right there. But it's not as simple as I'm putting it because now they got to take that DNA and they got to be so careful sweeping and wiping it at the lab and not fucking anything up. It doesn't take one day. It's not an overnight process, okay? So you have to give the lab time. You got to. Look at the Brian and Gabby case. It took 3 months. 3 months to get certain reports back from the lab, all right? So now you have to give them the time, but they're going to rush this. You don't want them to rush it because if they rush it and they miss something, maybe there's another killer's DNA on there with his. You don't want them to miss anything because remember, this ain't about you. It's not about me. This is about these victims. And this is about other people who have to live there now. Because if somebody talked and they don't catch this killer, and the people that did talk at that campus, you already know what's going to happen. Because evidently, that place there, that campus, there's a lot of revengeful things that go on. And when somebody wants to seek revenge, and they're afraid that that person might go out and say something to somebody, maybe they did something to her, okay? Maybe, you know, JD, you know, Jack Daniels, that's his name, Jack Daniels, it's possible maybe he raped her. Maybe he hit her. Maybe he did something. Maybe he was afraid that if she leaves, she's going to end up saying something to somebody. Oh, I can't let her do that, you know? But it could have been just total heartbreak. 5 years, you know, she's sleeping with other people. It's making him angry. He's seeing that. He's hearing it, okay? In the meantime, while he's getting angry, in his head, He's premeditating a murder, okay? He's rehearsing that murder. You better believe that he acted that murder out before he did it, okay? He probably went from one place to the next 100 times to make sure that he'll be able to get away, because that's what kids do. They study. And then people say, how would he know how to do all this? Well, guess what? You know what he did? There are other killings that are just like this that happened months ago. People got stabbed in their bed. So you don't think he's hearing that on the news and go, let's see what they did. Okay, how did they get away with it? So he's watching what the cops are saying. Let me explain something to you. Your media, okay, your internet, everything out there, they're training the killers how to get away with shit. They're the ones they're the ones teaching. They're educating them. They're training the killers. That's why you got all these fucking crazy killers out there now. They're being taught. They're playing video games that show you how to stab and murder and do this and that. You know, they got movies they watch with all kinds of murders. You don't think they're watching these sequels and all this shit and learning how to do this? Of course. Look at the son of Sam. I lived in the Bronx. He killed somebody right across. They found the first woman's body in the park, Pelham Bay Park, right across the street from my grandmother's private house. Okay? Right across 1972. I was born that year. But they found her body. Literally, I'll take you guys. We're gonna go there one day. We'll go to my old town where I grew up, and I'll take you there exactly where they found her body. Okay? You see what I'm saying? There are crazy people out there, but he studied. You know what he said? I studied other people's patterns, other killers' patterns, so I wouldn't make the mistakes that they made. Let me read. Yeah, I know. See, the way they showed the pictures, that's where I got it. I never seen ambulances coming to pick those bodies up. Normally they show a coroner's truck that pulls up. I didn't see any of that, which really, I got a lot of questions on that one. That was weird. Normally when you watch TV, you see them taking, they're taking the bodies out in body bags.
That's in New York.
No, that's everywhere. What are you kidding me? Ohio had a murder. 5 people were shot to death 2 years ago. And they showed you the coroner's truck and everybody there pulling the bodies out. I never seen a coroner's truck on that property. You tell me where. Okay? So I have questions, and other people have questions about that as well. They're like, somebody came out from the school, okay, on Facebook in a private group, and she said I was only making a joke, but you know what I mean. I don't know what you mean because I'm new in this group. I'm hanging out with a bunch of college kids in this group and listening to what you're saying. They let me come into the group because I said something. I said, hey, guys, you like my song, man? Do you like Chad, and Breaking Benjamin Band? They loved it. So I got into that group, all right? Because my page is trusted. It's official, my Facebook, all right? So you got to put everything into a perspective point of view, because then you're not going to figure this case out. There's only a couple of things that could have been done. I don't believe that Xana and Ethan were the target. And I don't believe the 2 girls were the target. I don't believe Madison was the target. I believe Kaylee's dad. She was the target. She's the one that came back into town that night, okay? There was only a few people that knew. Her family, Madison, and the ex, and the 2 roommates. That's it, all right? Nobody knew. She asked Jack Daniels, okay, D. Daniels, she asked him to come and see her, okay, so they could discuss the dog. Oh, I'm busy tonight. I'm going to be at my parents' tonight. Wait a minute. 5 years you ain't been with this girl. Well, 5 years you've been with this girl. She recently broke up with you. She's asking you to come and see her. You say no? That right there says it all. The dog being spared his life. What killer is going to spare a dog's life? Okay? If I put it like this, if Jack Showalter did it, he would have killed the dog because he's a hunter. He literally put dead animal carcass on the frat lawn after they threw him out for anger and violent issues, okay? That's Jack Showalter, food truck hoodie guy. They kicked him out of that frat for anger and violent issues. He had serious shit, mental issues there. And then he went and killed animals and threw the carcass on the grounds of that property. His family, when he got kicked out, got him his own apartment right across the street from the victim's house. Jack D also has an apartment right there next to the victim's house. So both Jacks live in the same apartment building. And here's the murder house right here, the victim's house right here. You watched the video. Do you want me to bring the video back in? I can show you. Here, hold on a minute. Give me a second. I'm going to bring something and show you something. Where's the guy? Oh, you're on there. Okay. Where's my phone? I can take them on my phone. All right, we're going to leave this on this phone. Real quick. And we're going to go. I'm going to find this for you guys. Hold on. What was it called? It's in there. Yeah, Chris. What's his name? Donahue. Don. One second, guys. I'm pulling something up for you. No, he's not coming up in here. No. One second, we're bringing up the video of this for you. So I can show you exactly what I'm talking about. You can see it. I mean, it would be better, but we can do it on the phone.
Chris Donahue.
All right, how do I spell his name? Chris?
C-H-R-I-S.
I emailed him. Okay, what is it?
C-H-R-I-S.
C-H. I got that. What?
M-C-D-O-N-O-U-G-H.
Okay, there it is. The interview, you boom. All right, guys. Now, I got to find this part here. I'm going to show you something that we watched the other night on my live.
That Lauren had from upper on the road that they're taking measurement.
All right, I got to find the right one. I actually paid to subscribe to this man's YouTube because that's how good he is. Okay, and he's right there. He knows who did this, but he's got it. Right now. All right, let me find this. I'm gonna find it here.
You've got fog. It was a foggy, cold night, and visibility would not.
You know, the suspect removed the screen. I don't know. Problem with the lights on the back.
Can you see that, guys, or no?
However,
Yeah, I know that the iPad's better, but it's being used. So.
significant to the suspect. As a tool.
You see the screen right there that I told you about? That's the spare bedroom.
Fit.
That's how he got in, because that spare bedroom is directly
Chris, give us your
across from the apartment complex. Okay, you see that? That window is directly across where Jack Showalter and Jack Decor both reside.
Window to the left.
Okay.
It's the same size as the window to the left, not the window to the right.
And the window.
Now, let me take you to the apartment building.
Know what room that is.
Right. The suspect Is she going up?
Guys, you see that brick building right there? That is the apartment complex that Jack D and Jack S both live in. Right there is the house. Right here. Literally right there. Okay, now I'm going to bring it to the house so you can see it.
And then
All right, guys, look at this picture right here. You see that brick? You see this right there? That's the house. That's the brick apartment building. It is literally 20 feet from their house. Jack's window is literally 20 feet from their house, meaning he could watch every single thing going on, what time they're leaving, what time they're coming, when they're going, where they're going. So honestly, it's between only two Jacks right now, and that's it. That's it. Because it had to be that close, and maybe other people were watching. It's possible he had watchers, but I really doubt that other people are going to get involved. Because I don't think, you know, Ethan and his fight with the guy in the frat house, they're going to go over there and kill him over that. But when it comes time to relationships, and this is exactly what Chris said, relationships is what he brought. He said the killer had a bad relationship with somebody. That is it. There's only two people that comes up in mind. The food truck hoodie guy is the only one and the last one seen stalking them, okay? The last ones to see those girls alive was whoever dropped them off and whoever was in the house after they got dropped off. A private car service dropped them off that the college provides, okay? When they got dropped off, nobody else but whoever was awake in the house or in the house was the last one to see those girls alive, okay? Meaning, going back to the food truck, whoever was at the food truck, okay, they were the last ones to be seen alive by the people at the food truck, including Jack S., the number 9 shirt, the guy with the tank top, okay? Joe V., but he didn't do this, okay? And other people. That's it. So you got to break it down. A killer would not put himself on camera and put himself in public. The killer was already at the house waiting inside the spare room with the dog. I rest my case because that's what I truly believe. And if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong, okay? Then I'm wrong. All I can say is I did my best to help this case, but I really don't think I'm wrong. I don't think I'm wrong because I've literally drew this out 100 times and went over and over and over and watching his video and other detectives that are not even a part of the case. They're working for themselves, okay? Meanwhile, you got the cops that are working on the case telling you totally opposite of what he's telling you. They're focusing on a fucking car, okay? You should be focusing on that town and finding who it is, interviewing everybody, taking every school member's DNA, okay, every one of them, and bow it down to whose DNA is in there, period. Take their fucking DNA. You already got all the DNA. You can put it in the computer and match it. And whoever the last person that dripped their sweat on that body, why can't they take that DNA? Take the DNA on the body and everybody in that school, come forth and give your DNA. You have a list of everybody that goes to that school. Everybody in the immediate frat house, okay? So the cops can't bullshit me because I already know Valerie has an uncle that's a highly profiled federal agent bounty hunter, okay? Her family is law. My family, I got lawyers, attorneys in my family that will sit here and tell you what I'm telling you only makes sense because there's nothing else that makes sense. I can't see other people be involved. I think he literally went in there and did do this by himself because it's very possible. Okay? Very, very possible. He killed the girls first. Ethan came out of the room and screamed and said, he heard the screaming and said, what's going on? The killer ran downstairs while he was standing by the door, stabbed him to death, went in, took care of Xana, and that's it. Went in the tub, took his clothes off, everything ran down the drain. He washed his body off, changed into his new clothes, okay? After washing down whatever blood was on the floor where he wouldn't step in it and track it, okay? That's it. What else do you see in this case? Who? Oh, yeah, a serial killer came in, put the dog in the fucking room, yeah, and knew everybody that was going to be there? I don't think so. Chris, this guy right here, Chris McDonough, here, look his name up. It's C-H-R-I-S, Chris. His last name is, listen, McDowell, M-C-D-O-N-O-U-G-H, okay? The interview room on YouTube. You could look up Idaho quadruple murders. He knows the neighborhood. The interview room with Chris McDonald. He knows the neighborhood. I watched an FBI agent that works with him saying this guy lives very close. Very close. Not 100 yards. He lives close. So maybe it's true that those cops and that whole shit that went on there had to do with maybe something that went on at the frat house and the cops came too late. Maybe it was the argument with Ethan and they came later and that's the people that they seen walking. So they figured they stopped them and harassed them. That was pure harassment to those kids. If they're innocent, that's pure harassment what that cop did. Their beer cans were closed. They all were 21, by the way, okay? The cop stopped them just to fucking harass them. That's what I think. Now, the jacket being on the fire hydrant, I believe the killer took that jacket and placed it on the fire hydrant right by the frat house to make it look like somebody at the frat house did it, okay? He tried to make it look like Jack S. at the food truck did it. I mean, think about this killer's mind, but you know what? He's not that smart if you really think about it because he left a lot of trails behind. Now, I'll take some questions. No. J-Rock, Jack D, Kaylee's ex lives in the apartment right next door. And let me bring that up. Hold on a minute. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. But this is what Chris Donahoe said, that both Jacks lived in that apartment complex, okay? Now, let's see where he lived. If they even bring it on for me, because... All right, hold on. I'm going to look this up. Because I'm going by what these investigators are saying. And, you know, I do trust them because they're out there. They know they investigated everybody already. All right, 1 minute, guys. I'm looking it up. You see what they wrote here? The Daily Mail, and the Daily Mail is pretty good. I like them. They wrote, cops who can't crack Idaho murder case. Now threaten internet slots. Now threatening internet slots after asking us to help them. Okay? Look at this, guys. I'm going to send you this link right here. An investigator, this is what he wrote. Listen to this. Idaho massacre explosive theory reveals why the 10 calls were made to Jack. Claiming on social media that Jack Decor is the alleged suspect. Jack Decor is the alleged suspect. It says it right here. Right here. Look at him. Let me show you Jack. Ready? That's Jack. Does that look like the same guy that they're showing you? It sure doesn't look like. Look at that little tweak. He's almost as short as her. That guy's not 6 foot. That guy doesn't have black fucking hair. And this guy wears glasses. Now look at that picture, guys. Look at something doesn't sit right with me with this guy. Red hair. He must weigh about maybe 140 pounds, if that. Glasses. And he looks like a nerd. He's a nerd. I'm a nerd. Shit. But this is the guy right here. Not the guy that they're showing you. Not that tall guy with black hair and a beard and all that. What, he dye his fucking hair black? Get the fuck out of here. This guy is Irish, man. He's got an Irish look to him. Or maybe he's from the UK. We don't know. But there you go. He actually does live in the apartment. I just read it right here. It says, Jack Decor resides in the apartment directly across from where the victims were murdered. I had to check to make sure I was right because, you know, I knew I heard something. Yes, John Jack S. does live in the apartment next to the house, but also Jack D, because Detective Chris McDonough, he even said it, that both Jacks live right there. Even, okay, just say he didn't. So he lives down the street in a house. What is that? What does that change? It's still in the immediate area. He can simply walk up there and kill him, go back to his house, and that's it. I think that Jack Decor did this, guys. You want my true, honest opinion? From what everybody else is saying, and from what I looked up and researched, and the detectives I spoke to, family members, friends of them, let me tell you something. One of the friends that's on my Facebook said it. She said, you know who did it. You said it on the internet the other day. You said his name a couple of times. I said, oh. And she goes, I said, but I'm not sure. She goes, woof, woof. And that's all she had to do. She wrote woof, woof, W-F, W-F, W, W-U-F, woof, woof. Okay? So now, that being said, I mean, that's all I can think about, guys. Kaylee was a target. He didn't want her to go home. He didn't want to be without her. He wanted revenge. He was angry. He was upset. She's sleeping with other men. She, you know, maybe she cheated on him and that's why they broke up, or he cheated. You know, he doesn't look like the type of guy that would cheat on her. Okay. But that's what I see. And the cops know this. Okay. So either they are protecting him or they don't have enough evidence to convict him. Or he's disappeared and maybe that's, you know, we don't know. We know Jack S is nowhere to be found, but he's not in Africa. Okay. I haven't seen Jack S or Jack D anywhere. Have you? I haven't heard anything. He made no speech. He put nothing online. He told us nothing, nothing. But let me say something to you. It's very possible that the cops have him and the other ones on very close watch until they find what they need to find. Okay? It's very possible that they may have them in custody. But not like that kind of custody. You know what I mean? Like when somebody like puts you in protective custody. Well, we got to protect you guys right now because there's a lot of people over there, you know, that are blaming you. So they might be in protective custody, but in the cops' mind, they got them in custody. So now, when they find all, they might be just feeding the white car for a reason. Okay, it's very possible, and I'm hoping that that's what they're doing, and I'm wrong. Okay, but they might be feeding that as a distraction. But I don't want to say any more because my live is about finished. It's going to be 4 hours. Okay. And I'm going to end it at, well, I'm going to play a little music after this, but I'm going to end it soon because, you know, I've been on 4 hours, a lot longer than I expected, but I'd like to answer some more questions that I see here. People in groups into custody. In the jurisdiction I live under, they would have been bringing people in groups into custody. Then they can talk, give someone up, etc. But they are taken into custody first. Yeah, you know what, Wise Grant, you're right, and that's what I'm saying right here. I'm answering your question. I think they might be in custody. Okay, they might have taken them in, and they probably still taking people in, but they might have the ones I mentioned in protective custody, making them think that, you know, people are going to come after them. But in the meantime, their strategy is holding them in custody until they can get all the evidence and match it. And if they don't get a match, then they got to let them go. You know, that's it. You know? So I answered that question. Okay. Yeah. Let me get to this one. Why Jack's sister was sent money with a note 3:30 a.m. and why Jack was the first to donate $6 to Ethan's GoFundMe. All right, was the $6 donated to Ethan's GoFundMe before or after the murder? Brian, I need an answer from you. Before or after the murder? No, the guy that spoke at the Awake, you got it wrong. That was Madison's boyfriend. That's Jake S. Okay, don't mix them up. Jack D did not speak at no Awake or nothing. You tell me. You saw this guy right here? You saw that guy right there speak at the Awake, because I didn't see that guy right there. But hold on a minute. I'll show you who did speak at the Awake. 1 second. So we can get everything right. That's why I explained each character to you. Madison Mogan. Wow, the Independent UK wrote about Jack, Kaylee's ex, boyfriend of Idaho University student, has had his world turned upside down. All right, let's see. The boyfriend, Madison Mogan's boyfriend. I'm gonna see if I can bring a picture. They're not showing anything, but yeah, here's the memorial. It says Madison Mogan. Her boyfriend breaks silence and breaks down on the mic, speaking for her memorial. It was Madison's boyfriend that spoke. Jack Decor never spoke anywhere, okay? Neither did Jack Showalter. Neither did the two roommates, but they did speak. Let me show you something the two roommates wrote. They're the only ones out of everybody that I've seen write something. Okay, Dylan and Bethany. All right, here we go. Dylan Morriston and Bethany Funk are the two surviving roommates of the University of Idaho students who were stabbed to death in an off-campus home, Moscow, Idaho. Both Morriston and Funk survived the attack. Daily Mail reported the roommates' names. The New York Post reported them also, but spelled Dylan's name, Dylan Martensen, not Mortensen. According to her Instagram account, the correct spelling is Dylan Mortensen, okay? Now, the surviving roommates have been widely named on social media. 4 college students in the house were stabbed to death with knife. Police say the deaths were ruled homicides. The victims are Madison Mogan, Kaylee Congales, and Xana Coronado, okay? And Ethan Chapin, who was Cornado's boyfriend. There is no suspect in custody, he says, okay, the cops, and the motive is not clear. Police called the attack targeted, initially said they did not believe the community was at risk and nobody in the community was involved. Police later revealed the 911 call placed with one of the roommates' phones. Detectives confirmed the victims were located on the 2nd and 3rd floors of the residence, they wrote. Detectives believe that on November 12th, the 2 surviving roommates had been out in the Moscow community separately. Wow, separately. So they weren't even together like the cops said. They were both together. What liars, yo. But returned home about 1 a.m. The two did not wake up until later on, November 13th, police continued. How did police know that they didn't wake up? Were they there? There they are. Okay. Now, Idaho State Police spokesman Aaron Snell told ABC News that the two surviving roommates were the key to solving the crime because they were home when the murders occurred. You listening, guys? Idaho State Police spokesman Aaron Snell told ABC News that the two surviving roommates were the key to solving the crime because they were home when the murders happened. I never ruled them out because it's very possible they helped Jack Dicor, okay? Potentially they were witnesses, potentially they are victims. Snell told ABC News, calling the roommates the key to this whole thing. However, Snell told Daily Mail the two are not suspects, but police will exhaust every possibility that the motive is not clear and the roommates have nothing to do with this. Police are telling the state police that's telling them they have something to do with it. The regular police, that fucking whatever you want to call that guy that comes on threatening us, he says that nothing. There's nothing. Nobody in that town did this. ABC News reported that roommates were home when 911 was called around noon for an unconscious person on Sunday, November 13, 2022, but the roommates didn't call 911, okay? Chief James Fry, that's the guy. Chief James Fry, go eat some French fries, dude, had revealed in a news conference that the roommates were home at the time. They weren't held hostage, according to Fry. Why would he say that? They weren't held hostage. Why would they be held hostage by a killer? The killer would fucking kill them. To Fox News Snell said he could not rule them out as suspects, even though he described them as cooperative. These are people who may have seen the crime, but on the flip side, may have committed the crime. You heard that? People who have seen the crime, but people who might have committed the crime. I'll give you this link right here. You can look it up. Okay? These are people who have been seen the crime, but on the flip side may have committed the crime. Snell told Fox News, we don't know if they are witnesses, victims, or suspects. So until we do a thorough investigation, naming them would be inappropriate. Authorities have not revealed their theory for why 911 was not called until noon. Authorities have not revealed their theory of why 911 was not called until noon, okay? Update. Through a further investigation, MPD learned Kaylee and Madison used a private party for a ride home from Grub Truck at approximately 1:40 a.m. It's literally only 8 minutes to their house by car, meaning that they arrived at the house about 1:52 a.m. Give them 3 minutes to get in and get out of the car and do whatever, okay? On November 18, 2022, Moscow police gave additional details about the bar and party attended by the victims. The night of their murders, they also indicated that they don't believe a man seen in a food truck video or the victim's surviving roommates are the killers they wrote. The Moscow police wrote this. The state police did not rule them out. Moscow police did, which tells me that there's something going on with that cop Fry, okay? Update. Through further investigation, well, that's again the same shit. The Moscow Police Department is providing the following information to update the public on the known facts surrounding the 4 murders that occurred on November 13th in Moscow, Idaho. On the evening of November 12th, Kaylee Gonzalez and Madison Mogan were at a local bar called the Corner Club at 202 North Main Street in downtown Moscow between 10 p.m. and 11:30 a.m. On November 13th at approximately 1:40 a.m., Kaylee and Madison were seen on video at local food vendor called the Grub Truck at 318 South Main Street and used a private party for a ride home from downtown to arrive at their 1122 King Road residence at 1:45 a.m. 5 minutes. That's impossible, guys, because they tracked it. It would take going slow 15 minutes to get there, driving the speed limit 8 minutes. They're telling you it took them 5 minutes? Really? 5 minutes to get in the car. They left at 1:40 a.m. So they got in the car. No. Moscow police is definitely crooked. So, what's going on? Investigators have determined that Ethan Chapin and Xana Corneldo were seen at the Sigma Chi House on the University of Idaho campus at 735 Nez Perce Drive. At approximately 1:45 a.m., Ethan and Xana are believed to have returned to the residence at 1122 King Road. It was previously reported that Ethan resided at the home. However, it has been determined that he was only visiting, okay? 2 other roommates were at the residence that night. On November 13th at 11:58 a.m., officers responded to a residence. A 911 call reported an unconscious individual. They said 12 o'clock. Now they're saying, you see how they contradict themselves, all right? So now I'm going to continue here. All right, hold on. Now, wow, this is a crazy shit, man. So residents after a 911 call reported an unconscious individual. Upon arrival, officers discovered Kaylee, Madison, Xana, Ethan deceased inside the residence. Autopsies were conducted on November 17th. The Leetah County coroner confirmed the identity of the 4 murdered individuals, and their cause and manner of death as homicide by stabbing. The coroner stated that the 4 victims were likely asleep. I don't think so. Some had defensive wounds, and each were stabbed multiple times. There was no sign of sexual assault. All right? Now, if it was anybody at the frat house, I would think that they would sexually assault them and murder them. And they could have used a condom. They didn't have to, do it raw. But see, they wouldn't do that because they know that their semen would end up inside, or they would be able to find them. That's why there was no sexual assault. Okay? At this time in the investigation, detectives do not believe the 2 surviving roommates or the male in the grub truck surveillance video are involved in this crime. Moscow PD. Now, state police, SNERN, thinks that they are involved. State police is higher than the local police, guys. It also says here, feds agree with the state police. So, real quick, the feds and the state police are thinking what we're thinking, okay? But Fry, the chief of police, the local police, ruled everybody out. None of them did it. That tells me a lot right there. He's protecting the killer. And then he's threatening internet sluts when he asked us to do this. That guy's got more issues than issues have itself, okay? More issues than the word issues. All right, now, detectives have contacted local businesses to determine if a fixed blade knife has been recently purchased. At this time of this release, detectives have received nearly 500 tips, which are being processed, investigated, and cleared. Processed, investigated, and cleared. 38 interviews have been conducted with individuals who may have information about the murders. Anyone with information about the crime is asked to call 222. The Moscow Police Department is utilizing assistance from the Idaho State Police and from the internet sluts. And Idaho is utilizing the information from the internet sluts that they threatened that if we continue to do this, after they asked us to do this, got us involved in this case, took up our time. Now they threaten to lock us up and federally charge us. Well, guess what, Mr. Fry? You come to New York. There's a lot of people on this case in New York. And you tell New York that you're going to lock them up for something that you told them to do. Watch what happens. You would make it in 5 minutes in New York as a cop. For real. My wife's uncle was shot twice, okay? And still fought. And still stood in there. You know why? Because he's a cop that cares. He cares about our country, believe it or not. Now, Moscow Police Department, 4 detectives, 24 patrol officers, 5 support staff, Federal Bureau of Investigations, 22 investigators in Moscow, 20 assigned agents located of Treasure Valley, Ivy, Salt Lake City, Utah, and West Virginia, 2 behavior analyst units, Okay, you listening to this? Idaho State Police, 20 investigators, 15 troopers, public information officer, ISP, forensic services, mobile crime scene team, 15 uniformed troopers to assist with community patrols. Currently, there are no suspects in custody, and the weapon has never been found. Anyone who observes suspicious behavior, his video surveillance, or can provide relevant information about these murders is asked to call the local PD. No, call the FBI. Don't give them shit. The Moscow Police Department thanks for our community and the internet slots for their support and understanding of the limited information we can share. But keep on supporting us and keep looking, and patience during this difficult time. I'll give you this article. You can read it. After he told us to stop looking, this is recent. Now he's telling us to keep looking. Yo, this guy's a manipulating fool. Unlike the victims, the Instagram accounts of both Morrison and Funk, the two roommates, are private. Private. All their accounts are private, so we can't see nothing. Why? You of Idaho, PPH, okay, is all Morrison's reads. Funk Instagram page reads, U of IX. U of IX. I'm gonna screenshot that for my own. Did you hear what I just said? This is what they're the only thing they got from their Instagram. Okay with a heart. Okay? Is all that Morrison reads. U of Idaho. P Phi okay heart. U of Idaho PI okay is all that. What does that mean? Funk's Instagram says U of IX at Idaho Phi. Who is Idaho Phi on Instagram? Anybody know? I'll screenshot that. I'm going to do research on that and have new information for you tomorrow. Okay. Morrison's Facebook page is still active. It says she is from Boise, Idaho. Ah. Funk's also active Facebook, and she's also from Boise, Idaho. Wow. Now listen, Jack S, Jack D, and the two roommates are all from Boise. I think we found our killers, guys. This isn't much visible on their pages except a few old pictures. Morrison's TikTok page is set to private. So the two roommates' pages, everything is set to private. We can't see nothing. Jack D and Jack S. Jack S's page is not set to private. You can go on and see everything. That's why he's not the killer. He was set up to look like the killer, okay? But the other guy, Jack D, you can't find him anywhere. No Facebook, no nothing. And the two girls, the three that you can't find nothing online about. Wow. Don't you find that amusing, guys? So now I think my first theory was correct. The killer killed, and the two roommates helped to clean up the mess. And they made that call to their friends to make it look like a big deal when it wasn't. You know, that's why they didn't call the cops first, because it's all a premeditated plan. These are the photos they posted. Okay, that's Ethan right there. You see? Very sad shit, man, that they did this to these poor fucking kids, man. Seriously, that's fucked up. Chilling pictures have emerged showing the roommates together looking carefree, okay? They don't give a shit. On Lucky Girl to be surrounded by these people every day, Gobbs wrote with an Instagram photo showing her Conoto and Morgan with Morrison and Funk. It was posted the day of the murders. Posted the day of the murders. Showing, wow. Okay. Jeffrey Conato, the father of Xana Conato, told AZ family that he was baffled by the crime. I have no idea. It doesn't make sense. He said, adding that nothing stood out about that night. And Conato was always in contact with her family. The door locks with a number code every time you go. You have to go around the house because of the number code. So they either knew that or knew the code or went around and maybe found on the slider door open or a window in in the spare bedroom, and it explained to AZ Family, okay? They were just hanging out at home. Xana was just hanging out at home with her boyfriend, he said. He told the site that she fought her killer, bruises torn by the knife. She's a tough kid. Whatever she wanted to do, she could do. The roommates were described as quiet, although the household hosts small parties. Neighbors told the New York Post that the roommates were quieter than their rowdy collegiate. Okay? Neighbors. They never been that quiet before. Even the girls downstairs, they had parties when they came home. They were never quiet. Now think about that for a second. Thanksgiving weekend, everybody else is partying. Why isn't that the biggest party house in the whole campus? No parties going on. Think about that. The neighbors told the Post that the small parties were hosted in the home, but the roommates were usually quiet by 10 p.m. The Post reported. On weekdays. Now, being it was Thanksgiving, they're saying they normally party all night long. They were seen sitting around patio fire drinking beer, the Post reported. You hear that? Seen around the fire drinking beer the same night of the murders, before the murders. Police Chief James Fry said in November 2022 press conference that the murders have been shaking the community. He called it a complex and terrible crime that would take time to resolve. Moscow Police Captain Rogalena said in the news conference that he is wrong. It would not take time to resolve when the case, the murders. Wait. Okay, hold on a minute. I messed up. I went off track. Okay. Moscow Police Rogalena said in the news conference that the evening of November, Gonzalez and Morgan were at a local bar. Okay, James Fry said it would take a lot of time to resolve this case. The state trooper, that detective, said, how can it take a lot of time to solve this case when the murderers are right in the area right there? Moscow Police Captain Roger Lehner said in the news conference that on the evening of November 12th, Gonzalez and Morgan were at a local bar, then a food truck in downtown Moscow, arriving home at 1:45 a.m. Well, Ethan and Xavier supposedly in the beginning wrote they arrived home at 1:40 p.m. Now they six. Yeah, how is that possible, guys? Xana and Ethan arrived home at 1:45 p.m. at the same time as the two girls. Okay, at 1:40, Canalo and Chapman arrived home from a frat party of the same time. At the same time. They all arrived home at the same time. Maddie, Kaylee, Ethan, and Xana all arrived home at the same time, meaning they were all awake. The 911 call was made just before noon and was placed by the phone of one of the surviving roommates. The cause and manner of death was homicide by stabbing. It was likely they were all asleep during the attack. Each was stabbed multiple times and had defensive wounds. There was no sign of sexual assault. Investigators have determined two areas of interest in the city, canvassing them for additional surveillance video and tips. According to Lanier, the two surviving roommates, a male seen at the food truck wearing a white hoodie and a private party who provided rides home to Kaylee and Madison in the early morning hours. Additionally, the identity of the 911 caller, the 911 call have not been released and won't be released at this time, Lanier said. He said investigators were aware that multiple phone calls from Kaylee and Madison phones to a male. They were not tied and engaged. Detectives seized the contents of these dumpsters, but did not find anything. Detectives have not located a weapon. Police said the totality of the circumstances leads them to believe it's a targeted crime, but they aren't able to say who was targeted specifically because of the ongoing investigation. They don't believe 911 caller was the killer. Remember, the roommates did not make the phone call. We'll continue this tomorrow. Now, I have something to tell you guys. You ready? I'm going to give you one thing, and I hope this really helps you all. Okay? I can't say names. All right? Okay, guys, I'm going to say something that I got from somebody. The two roommates, this is what I was told. They called those people up, their friends, to make it look like something it wasn't, okay? And amongst those friends were certain people. So it would look like they didn't do it. The killer was amongst those people when the cops arrived to see the murder. The killer was already there. That's why they ruled him out. Oh, I did write everything down, but listen, I started from the beginning of the case and went all the way to the end, 4 hours and 22 minutes. And this is all recorded on every platform. So I'm going to just break it down like this. Now, if the roommates are involved, that means that other people are also involved with them. Okay? But it still doesn't rule out Jack, because I do believe that he may have done this. But if he didn't do it, then and the roommates did it, that means that they would have made it look like Jack D did it. Okay? You got me? So I'm going to play a little bit of music, guys. My throat hurts, man. I've been on 4 hours and a half. I promise you tomorrow I'll come back at you with, trust me, I'm going to have a lot of information for you tomorrow, because your comments and everything. Wait, Kaylee and Madison came home at 1. Nope, that's not what they said here. This is coming right from the cops. They said they came home at 1:45 a.m. It says it right here. And I'm going to send you this. This is trusted news source from New York. They're not going to lie about the shit. They don't have to lie. All right, so you can't believe anything Kaylee's sister said, because her brain is traumatized, okay? We don't know. Nobody knows what time they got home. But that private car service, I don't care what Kaylee's sister said or what she said, he said. I want to hear what time the private car service dropped them off from their mouth. Not from anybody else's mouth, from their mouth. Otherwise, I can't believe anything. Yeah, I don't know what to believe by the sister, but we need to listen to the people that drove them home. And eventually they're going to come out and tell us, okay? Yeah, let's ask them. We need to ask the people that are involved, not the people that doesn't know nothing. They weren't there. You're going to believe somebody that wasn't there to tell you what time they got home? They're not even friends, Kaylee and her. So how the fuck would she know? She didn't get the food truck video until after the murder, so she knew nothing that night. How would she know what time they got home if she wasn't involved? Think about that for a minute. Well, I don't know who the private driver is, and they won't release it. Like they won't release the people that called from the house, the ones that called 911, not the roommates. They won't tell us. You know why? Because the suspect is amongst those people. And they're going to protect that guy. If look, it could go this way, it does this way. The reason that's getting me is this cop, he's taking so long at doing everything, meaning you're giving the killer time to get away. They said they got nobody in custody. Normally, they tell you if they got people in custody. They have nobody in custody. So guess what? Those killers could be long gone by now. And I'm praying to God that this case doesn't go cold, but it really looks like that at this point. You know why? Because if Fry is involved in any way, not with the murders, but with the parents of the murderers, the case will go cold. The murderer will get away with this, and he'll continue to kill. I hope you guys enjoyed my live tonight, and I will watch the interview. J-Rock, I want you to follow me. Make sure you go subscribe to my YouTube. It's free. This guy saying I'm here to make money. I opened up my YouTube and took the price off for you to pay the lousy $5, okay, to have a month of subscription for me. I made it free for everybody for the Idaho case, okay? So I'm not over here trying to make money at all. And I don't know where the guy, where's Brian at? Did Brian disappear? Is Brian still here? Because there's one question that I got. Like, if I was investigating my messages, Brian's the one that started saying that I'm over here making clout. About 2 minutes after Brian said that, that other person came in, an anonymous Truth Finder came in and started writing those comments down. So, Brian, I got some questions for you, man. If I find out that you know that person, you and I are going to have it out, and we can believe that. But we're going to have it out legally, not violence. I hope you guys enjoyed my live. I do it on Uber. Uber may say I'm dropped off. Yeah, you know what time everything happens because everything's recorded on phones now. It don't matter. It's recorded. Hey, J-Rock, I appreciate you, man. Grug's Corner. Make sure you guys subscribe to my YouTube. All right? I posted the YouTube thing. I don't know why I can't put the banners up right now, but it's kind of weird. I should be able to create a banner while I'm live, but it's not allowing me to do this. So, but listen, we'll make sure that we get it up there. All right? So right now I'm going to do a little music. I'm not going to sing tonight because I can't. And this is where my cash app goes up when I'm playing. Not during the murder case and solving a crime and talking about this. I don't want no money for it. But I got to say this, the guys that are lying to you and telling you all the bullshit, guess what? They're making money. They're making money while I take off my job here and don't pay my bills after what TikTok did to me. They cut my vibes. You know what they did? All the money that I made from doing the music, they took it back. So whatever people pay for those gifts, they never refunded you, but they took my money. They took over $500 from my account. Okay? That's how I pay my studio bills. But that's okay, because I'll manage, because I got investors. I don't need it. Don't worry about it. But soon, to watch me go live like this, playing into my artwork, there will be a subscription fee, because that's not free, guys. Nobody works for free. You think the investigators are working for free? Do you think they're not getting paid for this? So, wow, why don't you go and say, look, they're making clout, okay? The investigators are making clout. You know when I worked on the Petito case and I did the mapping of all the pictures they sent me, I got paid for that? Yeah, I made $1,200, by the way, for putting 2 pictures together for them. So that should tell you enough right there. I'm professional. Not unprofessional. And now, I'm going to play. For a little bit, then I'm shutting down and I'm going to spend time with my wifey. In fact, I'm going to play you a song that me and my wifey are in the process of recording. It's going to be released this year, actually. So this is my wife singing. Ready? All right, guys, we're gonna close out the show now, and that's it. Everything glowing in the dark. It's beautiful in my house, man. All love, peace, and happiness here. Okay. Gonna play the guitar and sing on my original track for you guys. All right, here we go. This song. Okay, here we go. All right, this song here. This song is called "Seem to Find My Way." All right. Seem to Find My Way. That's the name of the song, guys. There we go. Yeah.
Up in the morning, I just think of living. Some years won't not feel right. This does not feel right. But it's gotta be nice. When I thought I was born in the morning, I'm moving all out. Follow my heart to the scary door. Door to the dark, taking my picture, drawing my point. Bring me a moment to tell you I care. It's so strange, slide in there. You still think like musical chair is the ugly life, but it's beautiful here. So bad it's not in a passing highway, but I'll laugh out loud. Mom is happy, my sister's smiling, my dad is proud. I was sad, I was lost, too much pride, I'm losing more fun. I'm so many things, but I promise my way. When I see to shine, nobody to sing with, nobody to run to, nobody who cares and to share with, to play when I'm lonely alone. It's going a long road, I'm going up so broke. Oh no, oh no, a shoulder to lean on. I'm angry to be on, to the moon that can be on the star. To leave, but this time I'll say, this time I'll say, far away. And I see you all
Those words are, and all that matters now is you and me. And all that matters now is what we see, what we see. I appreciate everybody. Thank you for joining my live tonight. Make sure you come back tomorrow and make sure you share everything. Have a great night, guys. God bless. Be safe out there. I'm still here trying to end the live. Have a great night, guys.